Greetings! Stay a while and listen to the IGN live stream of Diablo 3. I'm Deckard Cain, and this is Vince Ingenito, and Dan I'm not really Deckard Cain. I'm Ryan McCaffrey.
Well, that happened. To stop him.
I figure we'll see how many people we can get to tune out in the first 5 seconds, and we'll set a new IGN record. But I couldn't resist. I had to break out my Deckard Cain impression.
Later we'll do Grandpa Simpson.
Yeah, we'll work through them all. So we are here. Welcome to the IGN live stream. IGN Live presents Diablo 3 for console. We are playing the Xbox 360 version of Diablo 3 today. It releases on Tuesday alongside the PlayStation 3 version. There will also be a PS4 version coming sometime down the pipe.
Sometime after the PS4 comes out.
In the near future. Yeah, we'll talk more about that later, but for today we have the 360 version ready to go. Welcome IGN's newest recruit, Vince. And of course, Dan, our longtime veteran PC gamer who, of course, like me, we've collectively poured hundreds of hours into Diablo 3 on PC. Yep. And this is, it'll be interesting to see some of the little subtle differences between the two versions, the PC and the console here. So, Vince, let's jump in, let's get going, and then we'll start talking about Diablo 3 for console. You got to look at it. I mean, obviously, a lot of folks out there have, if you haven't played Diablo on the PC, you've heard of it, you know it is one of the most popular games of 2012.
Also one of the most controversial.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
True. We should add, we are playing offline.
Yes.
We are completely offline. We are unhooked from Xbox Live.
Look, I'm going to show you something that Blizzard could apparently not do on a PC. Here we go. What everyone see that?
There you go.
Shiny.
And actually, I'll tell you what, System Link is fantastic too. You could do a little good old-fashioned network play. Local network play.
You can feel like it's 1999 again.
So we are giving away, by the way, 10 copies of Diablo 3, 5 on 365 on PlayStation 3. All you have to do is tweet your questions at IGN. Use the hashtag D3. That's the Arabic number 3. Send us your questions. We'll answer them on the air, and we'll give away some copies of this game. So Vince, let's get rolling. What character are we going with?
I'm going with my witch doctor, Billy.
Good. Well, I'm going to jump in as well.
Cool.
Here on.
Yeah, you can take guest. That's fine.
Good old guest.
I wanted to be gas.
And
wait for it. Did Diablo do it?
I think I may have hit the wrong thing. Awesomely. Yeah.
What did you do?
I hit connect and all right, we'll jump right back in.
It's so my job to push the wrong
why
button.
don't we take a question to start the show? Now that it's early and I just got back from Germany. That's my excuse. All right, let's see here. All right, gentlemen, Vince, you've been playing the game. This question comes to us from Weston Jensen. How does the frame rate differ on console compared to PC?
Well, I think it's going to depend, obviously, on how powerful of a computer you have, right? But I would say that if you had, like, even a mid-range rig, you're probably going to, even if you had a mid-range rig, I think you're going to see a higher frame rate here. Like, it runs a pretty constant 60. So, unless you had like a super rig that could, run at like 60 or 90, consistently with all the effects, you're going to see definitely an improvement here.
I think this might be me, actually.
That's you. All right, go for it.
I pushed the button.
So yeah, if nothing else, it runs super smooth. I mean, you can even see here on the screen where you're selecting characters. It looks a lot quicker, a lot more crisp.
Just go.
Right,
just press start.
All right. There's
no time for this. And apparently, I guess I've already selected a character on accident. So let's just go.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do it.
All right. Is that your job, Vince?
That's my job. So
right.
we're playing on. So Monster Power. You were asking me about this before. So Monster Power is a thing that they introduced a little bit later down the line with PC Diablo 3, and they do have a corollary to it in the console version. Only this time it's another it's like a sub difficulty level. So you have normal, nightmare, hell, inferno, like you would, but then on top of that you have easy, normal, hard, and then master level 1 through 5. And they correspond to different monster powers.
Playing this game again makes me so happy.
Yeah. So
we're in town.
Yeah, we're in town. So do you guys want to check a look at your skills real quick and see what you got, or do you want to
so it
just
looks like right? So left stick moves around, right stick does a dodge,
which is new. That's a new mechanic altogether. It helps with mobility. I'd say it makes it like a lot easier to kite.
All right, so let's see. I'm checking out my inventory here. It's like Ventus is 1. All right, well, good times. We will. So obviously, town. You'll be spending a lot of time in town. We need to come back, either identify stuff, sell stuff,
Sure.
buy new things,
Do
craft.
somersaults.
Yes.
Right. The acrobatics. All right. So yeah. So your skills are mapped to the face buttons. Why don't we want to just jump in and we'll.
Let's go.
Cool. We'll just go through this portal and.
There is no cow level. That's an Easter egg, of course, to
Yes.
Diablo 1,
There is Whimsyshire.
where there was, in fact, a cow level.
Okay.
Yeah, the Whimsyshire is full of unicorns and stuff like that, and clouds.
Hey,
And
I'm not mad about unicorns. I like unicorns.
all right, let's see. All right, there we go. So if I push that button, I shoot fire. Lightning bolt, lightning bolt.
I was gonna say, yeah, you've got various powers on the face buttons and trigger, and then I like that. So left bumper on Xbox, which of course is the R1, excuse me, L1. On PlayStation 3 is your quick health potion.
I haven't really played a whole lot of Wizard here, so I'm just kind of flailing wildly.
It's all good.
And,
Killing wildly and killing stuff is kind of the name.
and one of the things that is very interesting to me about this version versus the PC version is the because we're on gamepads, the level of precision for a ranged character is way different.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like right now I feel okay with it because like for instance my Grasp of the Dead, like it pretty much just goes wherever the nearest enemy is, which for the most part like early on is where you want it to be, but one thing it is a concern of mine, like I play a very kiting heavy Witch Doctor in
blowing.
in the PC version.
Blowing up.
So sometimes you just want to place a wall of zombies or or a Grasp of the Dead like in just such a certain area with a certain spacing, and that's not going to be possible, like just plain up. So I'm curious to see how that affects things like in the later games. I'm going to get a little bit harder.
All right. So far, so good.
Yeah, you can see even like with like 3 players, and I'm like spamming, corpse spiders. Like things stay like pretty stable. Like, it's still a solid, 60 for the most part.
So I mean, this is too. I mean, we've been waiting, actually, literally decades for Blizzard to finally make another console game, and this is it.
Yep.
Finally got it, and it's Diablo 3, which
There is no cow level. Maybe there'll be a StarCraft Ghost level.
you never know.
Who knows?
Now they're saying there is no cow level. Is that maybe a lie?
Like the cows are not a lie, but we do have ponies. There's a pony level.
Ponies are kind of like cows with horn, with a horn.
That's true, and more color.
Yeah.
You know what, this is feeling, having played through the entire PC version, this is feeling really good with a gamepad.
Yeah, it really is. Like the game, like the way combat flows is already so action oriented,
Yeah.
right? So like it does make logical sense. Like there's definitely things like to pick on as a purist, but I mean there's no doubting that Diablo is a very fast-paced action-oriented game, and it just feels so good and right with a gamepad.
I will say, that being said, it very much feels different than the PC version, than the mouse and keyboard, but it's still very good. It's different, but still outstanding.
Yeah, it's just about kind of pointing in a direction. I want to kill everything over there.
Yeah.
Right.
And kind of managing that, whereas the PC version is very much about picking very specifically what you want to kill and how.
Sure, especially if you play, like you said, a ranged character. I think like we're all actually playing ranged characters right now. I think if one of us picked up a melee-based character like the monk or the barbarian, like immediately you would feel like, oh, this is like playing a beat 'em up, like another beat 'em up on console, and I mean it in a totally good way. Like so there's something very satisfying about just controlling your guy, like bringing him right up to into an enemy's face and just beating him down. It feels just right on a gamepad.
Actually, speaking of, should one of us switch to a barbarian here? I kind of thought Ryan was going to play Rogue.
Yeah, I wanted to, but I somehow managed to choose a mage.
I don't know. Do you think we can We can manage to switch characters without jumping back out to the? To the
I'm not.
dashboard again?
I'll tell you what. I'm going to get real nitpicky right now. I'm not fond of the fonts that they have chosen for the.
Yeah, this is
it's a very budget-looking.
It is.
interface, isn't it?
This is not Diablo font. This is not Diablo typeface. So there was something that said drop out. If you press start again,
Let's give it a quick try here. An ally has fallen.
Oh my God! You're trying to kill me with chandeliers.
A little bit.
There we go. Nope.
Oh,
Okay,
come
so
on.
yeah,
Create
press Y.
hero. There we go. We'll do this real quick. We'll get in with our buddy the barbarian.
Barb the Barbarian.
Exactly. Okay.
So how does the drop-in co-op work on this? I don't know if you've played enough co-op to know yet, but like in the PC version, I always got a little bit frustrated when I was trying to join in with a friend who was a higher level character than I was, and I would just be kind of dragged along by him because he was killing everything. I couldn't really do any damage.
Right.
When you join in a game that's a little further along here as kind of a guest character like that, does it start you with a kind of balanced character for that level?
You know, I haven't played far enough yet on my own in the console version because obviously we only just got our hands on this copy, but so I haven't gotten to see that just yet. My guess would be they're not going to auto level you to the content.
We'll find out soon enough. I think.
That'll definitely be something that I'll be trying to parse through as I'm doing my full review.
I'll tell you what, one thing I really like about this version is just the idea of what we're doing. I love that it's three friends sitting on a couch playing this game together, which you just obviously can't do on the PC version. So that's a really big appeal to couch play.
And not only can you not do it on the PC version, it's just something you're seeing disappearing from gaming altogether. It's which is a shame because like most of us, if you're our age and you grew up gaming, like you grew up with couch experiences.
Right, and to the point we made at the top of the show as well, this game supports system links, so actual local area network play. And back with Diablo 1 and Diablo 2, that's how my friends played. We would all bring our PCs over to one of the friends' house, and yes, have a LAN party, and we'd hook up and actually play Diablo 2 together that way. And so it's fantastic that has returned here on the console version of Diablo 3.
And I mean, and that's what's interesting too is that some people might be thinking like, well, I've played the PC version a lot. Why would I ever play this version? It's on the console. It's clearly going to be the inferior version, PC Master Race, all that jazz. But at the end of the day, like there are elements to this experience that are actually things that hardcore PC players that they cut their teeth on back in the day that they lost when when Battle.net got changed and updated. And I think players like that are no money auction houses being involved. The ability to play LAN, like you said, and LAN culture obviously goes far back in PC gaming. I think a lot of hardcore oldies will actually see this in some ways as a superior version and might actually want to check it out.
I managed to get myself killed.
You managed to get
As did I a moment ago, too.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, how do I revive in this one?
I think
Why?
I probably have to revive you.
Oh. Time left. Hurry, hurry. Push a button, push
by
a
the
button.
way, you just mentioned Battle.net a minute ago, Vince. We should note that this game, the console version, in no way has nothing to do with Battle.net. You do not.
Right.
Everything lives on the console and on the whatever Sony or Microsoft's online service.
Correct.
So you don't need to create a Battle.net account, or if you already have one, it doesn't matter for this particular game.
Yeah, it also means you cannot carry over your existing Battle.net character.
Correct.
Right, correct. You have to start. From scratch.
Which this seems different enough that it's like, okay, ooh, treasure goblin.
Yeah, everyone stop talking.
Yeah,
Kill.
Kill. In fact, while you guys are killing, we should probably give away another copy.
We need our barb to kill things. No.
You need the tank to do some work.
We need you to hit stuff.
All right.
More damage than us.
Well, once we get that'll be
There
embarrassing.
we go.
Oh, Ryan.
Okay, do you see that sliver of health? Does everyone see the sliver of health by which that treasure goblin lived? You know what sliver of health that was.
Yeah. That was
the one that Ryan
sliver.
didn't shave off.
That's right. I'm the problem.
So
as
we
usual.
didn't get treasure, but everyone else will when we answer a question.
There you go.
All right, let's see here.
So you notice when Vince and I move around here, we kind of pull Ryan with us.
Yeah, which is actually really neat. Like we don't have to worry about
and I teleport
babysitting.
around. Yeah,
exactly. Like if someone's got to get so again this being more of a couch experience, this is one of the features they added to make it more like a couch experience. If someone's got to get up and hit the bathroom or get a drink, obviously you don't got to worry about that. Assuming you can keep them alive, you're good enough to keep them alive.
This guy seems kind of bottlenecked here, doesn't he?
All right. I mean, here's a question. The fact that this has always been a PC franchise. It is now coming to console for the first time. Well, actually, that's not true.
Yeah,
Diablo 1 was on PlayStation 1. But let's hear from Jimmy Westenberg, who says, from someone who has never played the PC version, is the franchise worth getting into with the Diablo 3 for console? I mean, obviously that's your review will really hash that out, but just as far as the kind of game this is and what you're thinking about it so far, Vince. I mean, if you haven't played Diablo, if you have no attachment to the series whatsoever, is this something that's a good time.
I'm actually going to say something that might be somewhat contentious to some. I think that this is a better game for someone who has never played Diablo.
I don't think that's out of line. Like, I think a lot of the response to Diablo 3 on PC has been, like, the really vocal stuff has been from the guys who wanted a game just like Diablo 2.
Exactly.
And this game is not just like Diablo 2.
No.
It's simpler in a lot of ways. And as a result, it lacks a lot of the depth that Diablo 2 has.
It definitely does. But what I think that makes it a really strong title, particularly for people who haven't played a Diablo game before, is that if you don't come in with those expectations, like just the base gameplay, like the combat, the 30 seconds of fun, so to speak, is so good. In my opinion, is so good in Diablo 3. Like, just the combat feels terrific at killing stuff like wholesale. It honestly reminds me like an RPG version of like old school Doom, where like you literally when you just feel like killing wave after wave of enemies, like,
or like
this is a
Gauntlet.
perfect game to play. Right, exactly, like Gauntlet, like a much prettier Gauntlet. Like, absolutely, I think if you haven't played the Diablo franchise, like this is a game that I would say, even if you're not into RPGs, if you just want to play an action game, if you like action games and you want to slay lots of baddies and pick up cool loot.
I'm already feeling like this is some of the most fun I've had in a co-op experience in quite some time.
Now, one thing that I've noticed is a big difference between this and the PC version. That's kind of a problem I have with the PC version is that there's just so much junk loot in the PC version.
Right.
Like there's just a ton
true.
of utterly
Useless
worthless
crap.
stuff. And you know that some part of the experience there is sorting through that, but it's just there's too much of it. Here, because I guess they don't want to clutter up the screen, they have trimmed that down. So we've only seen a few pieces of loot so far.
Yep.
But they've all been like interesting loot.
Yeah, I mean, and that's that's one of the things. Is, originally Blizzard said, well, the reason we have all these whites in there, which are like, if you follow the game, like like whites are the junk, basically, not special at all items. The reason they're there is because you want to feel like that there's that loot pinata effect, right? But well, I think people understood that. I think if you played Diablo 3 long enough, you definitely started to feel burnt out with the idea that basically whenever you saw something white, you're like, okay, that's useless. I don't even want to pick that up. So I think it's a matter of like they want people to feel excited when they pick up a piece of loot, and so like I think it actually kills two birds with one stone, right? Like it fixes a potential performance issue where you have like just tons of loot just sitting around on the screen.
Level up.
And also at the same time, like it just makes like picking up loot feel like a meaningful act. So, I actually did it.
I like it a lot just because like I was so sick of the sheer quantity of useless loot.
Yeah.
There you go. I'm doing my job for you guys now.
Pretty much all that dropped there was junk or was good stuff. So okay, how do I even get into my inventory here? Is it
okay,
back
so you can
or-
press. So you can do one of two things. This is a good time. This might be a good time if you actually want to back out real quick to show something off. So if you press up on the D-pad. Okay, so you see it comes up with short bow.
I don't need that.
That's the
Drop.
last thing you picked up. So you can cycle through your last few drops and just be like, okay, that's an upgrade. I'll take it.
And yeah, so it shows you that's going to do more damage, less defense.
less defense, and same on life.
All right, then I'm going to actually equip that.
Yeah.
That's a really smart little design thing.
It's really nice, especially during co-op. You don't have to stop everyone's like. So for instance, again, going back to that feature where it'll drag me along, like I could stand there and cycle through my stuff while you guys continue on, and it'll just drag me along with you. So it's a really seamless experience at that point.
But while I'm doing this, Ryan, why don't you get another question?
Let's do that.
So the inventory is completely redesigned from the PC version.
Yeah, it is. So what they did was that they did a radial menu, and then whenever you select an inventory slot. It shows you everything that you have in your inventory that would be appropriate for that slot, so that you're not sifting through kind of like a Tetris-y maze of different icons just to see what you have.
Vince, we talked a little bit about this off the air, so I'm going to take Justin Ryan's question. It says, do you feel that the replay value is back with Diablo 3 on console? I feel it was lost on PC.
That's something that I'm looking to answer myself, as a matter of fact, because I think, if nothing else, what we can all agree on is that the first run through of Diablo 3 is a good deal of fun. Like I was saying, the combat is great. I love the artwork. There's a sense of immediacy to the fighting. But the long-term game, which is the loot game, was kind of weak when you got into the end game. Like once you got to Inferno and you started expecting to see awesome stuff, like that just wasn't happening. Just because of how the itemization worked. So I think it's going to come down to drop rates and you know, I think what is interesting is that this is going to be a version that we're experiencing for the first time with the reworked legendaries that they worked into the PC version that were a lot more interesting. So if the drop rates are right, you know, which I know the drop rates and the monster counter rates are kind of unique to the console version, if those are right and we start seeing cool legendaries dropping like earlier and more frequently, like I could see how that like dangling carrot would come back into play, which wasn't, in my opinion, wasn't there in the long term for Diablo 3.
And I mean, that is, again, that is an aspect that only appeals to a certain kind of player. Like,
that's true.
I think most people who bought Diablo 3 on PC bought it to play it for, you know, maybe 30, 40 hours.
Right.
And you know, those people probably, you know, maybe got to Inferno. And if you only just barely get to Inferno, then that never really even becomes a factor. And you have a pretty good experience.
Almost got him.
So what else I think is really cool about the interface here, you see those like 3 different colored arrows that are over that guy's head? That's to show that that's who we're all like each of those arrows is color coded to us, and that shows who is being targeted by who. So like if we want to make sure that we're all focus firing down like
it's Kane. Wait a second, Vince.
Please, by all
We've got to hear from Kane.
He actually has one of my favorite lines. It's not like a special line, but it sounds very Deckard-y. In a second here. I love that. Follow me.
I will say that, you know, I know, of course, there are performance concerns, RAM limitations on the console, and you know, you want the frame rate to be good. It's kind of got a little bit of a muddy look to it on console, doesn't it?
It does. Like they achieved that 60 frames per second target that I think everyone probably would have wanted for a fast-paced action.
For sure. I mean, I'm not complaining.
But it definitely cost them. You're right. Like you can tell like when you.
The PC version is quite a bit sharper.
Yeah.
Even in a comparable resolution.
Absolutely. Like no way around that.
But it wouldn't stop me from playing and loving the heck out of this game at all.
I mean, especially when you've got a controller in your hand and you're on the couch with friends, like it really is all about like just slaughtering hordes and having a good time. And like, you know, in a situation like that, you probably prefer the extra performance to the, you know, to having another level of like visual opulence. I don't know why we're going in here.
I don't know. Let's blame Dan.
Okay.
Okay, Dan, it's your fault.
That's tough but fair.
Stop stapling. Staple man. Okay, we're over here.
Yeah, here we go, Leah.
You're alive.
Thanks to you.
Yes.
I think they should have had Sean Connery play him.
I have him in my sights.
Stay a while.
Stay a while. It's not far off, really. It's
I'll play your game, you rogue.
Please, Uncle. Not more of your stories.
Yeah, and this part of the story always kind of bugged me. It's like, how does she not believe his stories at this point?
Yeah, but he, you know, in fairness, he even says he's like, do you not believe the proof of your own eyes? Which I think is what we're about to get.
Yeah, it's like there were just zombies attacking. Yeah. Maybe there's
something's up.
She's like, oh, Uncle, you're so silly with your story about skeletons and demons that I just thought.
Yeah.
Right, let's keep the giveaways rolling here. We've given away I think 4 copies of Diablo 3 for console so far on either Xbox 360 or PlayStation 3.
Nice.
The key to defeating him lies in his old crown. Seek out our blacksmith, Hadrig. He knows of its whereabouts.
He's a blacksmith. He knows about.
All right,
crown.
let's.
So we can keep moving while just.
Let's hear from @PSNerd Frank Garibay here, who asks, "Are there any new features exclusive to the console version, or is it a direct port with new controls?"
Here's one.
Yeah, this is this is definitely like a new feature. The dodge is a completely new thing. And the way the dodge works is, okay, so when I played it at E3, I did play this a little bit at E3, and the way it was described to me is that there is a window of invulnerability at the beginning of the animation of the roll.
Okay.
So, but it's a small window, and I can tell you,
Right.
like, from like experience trying to use it myself in the game, it's definitely not like a get out. Like, you can spam the hell out of this. Like, there is no like stamina meter that stops you from doing it.
Yeah.
But it's definitely not a get out of jail free card. Like, you can't, for instance, you can't go through enemies with it. It doesn't allow you to like phase through enemies, so you can still be trapped in a corner. And the window of invulnerability, if there is one, is very small. Like, I haven't had yet a whole lot. Like, I play games like Devil May Cry and Ninja Gaiden, and I haven't even had that much success yet at like consistently dodging attacks. as they come in. So if you're afraid that it's going to be like a kind of an easy like get out of jail free win button, it's really not. It's just something to help you. If anything, I think it'll benefit ranged characters the most because it gives them kind of a quick and easy way to put some space between them and the enemy, where the mouse might have been a little bit faster to do that.
Yeah, I'm already getting some good use out of it as a wizard here.
Sure, absolutely.
We're playing on medium difficulty here, right?
Okay, so what we're playing on right now is normal. So like in terms of normal nightmare, hell, inferno progression. Yes, we're playing on normal. But then, as I kind of mentioned before, the game also does have a similar feature as to Monster Power, and that's expressed with loot explosion. Yeah,
I'm picking it all up, boys.
Yeah, that's another thing. It's like if you want to call that a new feature, it's first come first serve loot because. You know, we're all on the couch. Obviously, when you're online, you'll still have the, the Diablo 3, like on Battle.net. You know, you just kind of, whatever's on the ground is yours, so you don't have to worry about that. But yeah, when you're playing couch co-op, it's definitely like...
Oh, okay, that opens the map.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just touching some buttons, see what
cool.
stuff does.
Press the buttons. Yeah, but when you're playing like this, it's definitely just... It's definitely just first come, first serve.
Yeah, and we can nag each other. It's like, hey, I need that loot.
Exactly.
You don't necessarily need the protection of a unique loot system.
Sure, and I mean, and the nice thing about this is that there's still trading in this.
Oh, we're supposed to go over this way.
All right. There's still trading in this. Obviously, there's no one of the things that some people will be happy about. There's no auction house. Real money or gold.
Yeah.
Right.
But there is still trading. And the nice thing about trading with people who are right next to you on the couch is that if someone tries to chip you, you can just like
boom.
Bam. Exactly. So.
Hurt my feelings.
Take that, rock pile. Act 1 is my favorite act in this game.
It is a great act.
I think it's the most fully fleshed out.
It's also the one that feels the most like a Diablo game.
I agree.
It definitely feels the most like a Diablo game. I think there's no truth about that. I think if you're looking to farm and do like big like loot runs, I definitely think that that Act 3 is like the preferred farming act, like most people in Inferno.
But that's once you get to the point where you're after numbers more than the experience.
Yeah.
And that you kind of like this stage feels more horror-ish.
Yes.
Whereas the other ones are they're very monstery and everything, but this one is it feels like an actual relatable place where there's
something bad is happening.
Something bad is happening. Yeah.
I totally agree there.
Club of Wounding, that's actually probably more of Brian's.
Yeah, it's not going to be better than this awesome axe I'm carrying right now.
But it wounds.
Probably has bleed damage.
Yeah. So that's the one limitation of that quick equip system, right? Is that you can get a general suggestion from the game as to whether or not it's a better item for you. But if you actually want to see all the magical properties on like a blue or a yellow, you do still have to go.
Yeah. Well, that can't be avoided, right?
Yeah. There's only so far they can push that. I mean, I think it's pretty brilliant that they added any kind of feature like that and implemented it so quickly. But yeah, it definitely isn't a complete substitute for going in and actually seeing what all the properties are.
I do enjoy the mages, just laser beams all over the place.
Oh yeah,
freaking lasers.
I mean, that's one of the things in this game, like, for any other criticisms, like, what it definitely did right is, like, the powers feel fun, it's enjoyable to use them, it's, and you don't have to manage your resources too tightly, you can pretty much just, go, like, white knuckle and
let it rip
at all times.
Yeah, I'm not having much trouble aiming for what I want to aim for, except if it's in a big group of enemies.
Right.
And at that point, it doesn't matter that much.
Yeah, I mean,
at least not at this stage.
There's no doubt a little bit of aim assist going on there. Leather hood.
All mine.
I'll take that.
All right.
So we should note we are live streaming for 4 hours. If you want to hang out as long as you want to hang out, the hosted section here with me chattering at you will last till the top of the hour. So we've got, we're halfway home with that portion. We've got 5 more copies to give away of the game. But then after that, we'll still, if you just want to check out Diablo 3 on consoles, we'll be playing it for the next 3 hours.
Which, you know, since it is coming out at beginning of next week, we wanted you guys to have a really good look at this game before you decide whether or not you want to buy it.
Yeah.
So far I'm having a good time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, me too. Like if you're an action fan, I'm gonna have to see what my full assessment's gonna be, obviously. But I feel like if you're a fan of even just action games, like this is gonna offer you, at least 20 hours of just fun hack slash and kill, and even if you're a big Diablo fan, like if you always wanted to play an offline version of the game, if you wanted to have a co-op couch experience, if you just wanted to see what playing the game was like without like the real money auction house like nicking away at the back of your head, like.
Yeah, my only complaints about this so far are very minor presentation things. Sure. And the gameplay, I mean, I'm just having a great time. And again,
the controls are working.
The controls work well, and the couch co-op is just a huge draw to me.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people who are in the same boat with you, Ryan. Like, I think there's a lot of people, especially like our age, like I was saying, who grew up with couch co-op experiences and seeing those like mostly go the way of the dodo in the last couple of years. I think it's really, it's kind of really surprising that this, of all games, like the game that seemed so anti that, in the PC version, like would be the game to feature it so prominently. It's kind of surprising. It really affects it.
And like Vince, you just handed in your review for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, which is a 4-player game, but can't be played 4-player on
and it's a Ninja Turtles game with 4 characters as the hook of the whole thing.
Now the caveat there is that like there is a mode that's not like the main game where you can play 4-player couch co-op.
Unacceptable. The main mode should be a 4-player mode in a Ninja Turtle game.
But yeah, I mean, like the core like real story mode is not 4-player couch co-op. It's only on.
I think let's see. We could probably get another one here.
Yeah, we can hold the fort here. Go for it.
Cool. We got you. I swear I won't let you die.
Oh, here's actually a good question from the Cancer Man, but with a K, at the Cancer Man asks. Are the achievements/trophies the same as they are on PC, or have they switched those up?
Okay, so all those little achievements you can get for like destruction, killing X number of enemies in your area, and getting like bonus XP. That stuff is definitely all in there. I haven't checked out the achievements just yet. We could take a quick look.
We sure could. Maybe as soon as this battle's over.
Yeah.
Boom. Have some.
I don't know why they would change them up. I've already
I don't see why either. So let me see.
Just use your guide button. Head on over to games and apps and achievements.
Make sure to give away as much personal information as you can.
So interesting. There are only 45 achievements when normally there's a 50 achievement limit on Xbox.
I think Blizzard has always been pretty good about achievements on PC anyway. As far as like doing ones that like they do have the just beat it kind of thing.
Yeah.
But
thanks, Michael Jackson.
Yeah. But then they tend to have some creative ones.
Well, so far they're all really boring.
Right. Yeah. So far nothing.
Now
good.
I could care. I'll be like full disclosure. I'm so over achievements. Like they just don't mean anything to me anymore. So I don't notice them when I'm playing a game on PC or on any other platform. But to my memory, these look like.
Well, here we go. Complete all the Triumph challenges. So that they seem to have bundled them into like do a bunch of things. Bundle all the achievements from the PC version into Triumph challenges for these things.
All right. Well, Cancer Man, I hope that answers your question.
Yeah.
Let's get back into the game.
And also, then there's the challenges here. These are like these will probably look. These should look directly familiar to everyone.
And those are in-game rewards, right? That's you get gold or experience and such for those, I believe.
Yeah, you get XP and mostly XP for those. For doing those.
All right. Excellent. Cool.
On with the killing.
We are due. Let's see. Yeah, I guess.
Take that, Gravestone. I do like how they managed to keep most of the kind of physics stuff breaking. When you break these things go flying. I've
got to do something. I don't know if this is making you guys crazy.
A little bit. I don't know what's making you crazy, but no, you actually doing this is making me crazy.
Well, we're on a very not good television.
Yeah,
here.
I was gonna say
crank it up. That's the best we can do.
That's as good.
Fortunately, it looks better at home to everybody watching than it does on our in studio monitor here.
Okay, at least now I can see the ground.
That does help. Yeah.
So we're not like people are like, God, these guys suck.
Oh, we kind of do.
I mean, it kind of do, but I mean, like, you know, we're not like so bad that we're like running into walls that we would not normally just run into walls that we shouldn't be running into.
We're almost where we need to go.
Yeah.
Well, I'll level with you. I am kind of drunk. No.
It is Friday in front of a
Yeah.
holiday weekend.
That's true.
Right.
If you're not drunk yet, you're kind of doing it wrong.
You've got to get started early.
Yep. Don't drink and drive, everybody.
Yeah.
I love how as soon as something pops, we're all on separate corners of
converge.
the screen, and as soon as something pops up, it's like locust.
That's
That's what
15 years of Diablo instinct right there.
Okay, no, that's not where we
Need the
go.
key.
Taking a few holes. Ha, there's no stopping their demands around here. Now.
Oh, we have to go. Oh, we do want the portal actually. I think we're heading back.
Oh, is that? Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, it's, we're not heading back yet.
Then we go over here.
Yeah. We're
yeah,
supposed to
there
be.
we go.
We're looking for the crown. Looking for the crown. So this is the part where we go to the different tombs, and then like which one it is, and is going to be
Fairly quick load times.
Yeah.
We should note we did install the game to the Xbox hard drive prior to playing.
But as I was saying, like to you guys before, actually, like before we got started, like even without installing, like the loads are actually surprisingly like pretty good. Like it's not the light up you'd imagine it to be. Like it's definitely pretty quick.
At some point, I'm gonna have. Next time we stop and ask a question, I'm gonna have to go through my skill menu and see what. I don't think I've.
Yeah, I don't think
stopped
I've
it,
taken
but,
a single look at anything yet.
Yeah, because I haven't really played that much of the Wizard because when it first launched on PC, I was actually really frustrated. Like I played as Monk, and I had a good time playing through. I got.
Probably why you're really frustrated.
Well, no, I enjoyed playing as Monk, but I got up to like I think I like level. Oh, I leveled up. Yeah. Level 56 or 57, and I like got to Inferno, but I had heard things about Inferno being kind of a brick wall of difficulty at the time, so I kind of stopped there and moved on. I'm like, okay, I want to try some of the other classes, but I was really frustrated when I did because I had to go back to the base difficulty level, the normal difficulty level, which on PC just felt like a waste of time because it's so easy. Like the only time I died, actually I didn't die really, well, except for I think there was like one passive enemy that has like a poison attack that did like a disproportionate amount of damage to everything else.
Yeah.
And I was just so surprised that I had forgotten what the heal button was because I never ever used it.
And God knows how long.
Right. So I'm really happy that they introduced the monster power, or what are they calling it in the console version?
It's just like another difficulty setting.
Right.
Like,
so because that makes it like not a total chore to play through these early levels again.
yeah. Like as much as like we are pretty much running right through this right now. Like you saw like before, like you guys both died once each. Like normally there's no way that would have happened, but like we're actually normal. When you go to the normal settings, which of course is what you start at in this game. Like, but then when you select your difficulty, your sub difficulty basically.
Yeah.
If you select normal, that's actually equivalent to Monster Power 2. So like, what we're playing with is actually harder than the default PC experience.
We are also in the very beginning of the game too, so
Yeah.
it's not like we're going to be tested too much.
Right, but I just think it's cool that like you were saying, like now even if you were coming to it new, at least you can do that monster power like right from the get-go and just like and bump it up. Like you can bump it up as high as I think to start. You can go as high as Monster Power 4, I think, to get started. You have to unlock the later monster powers by progressing.
Yeah, if you start playing and you find this is too easy for me, you can turn it up. And
Yeah.
that's what's really important, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing that's not necessarily like entirely new to the console experience per se, but what we haven't talked about, in terms of like a demographic, like there's people who are big Diablo fans who played like Diablo 3 a lot and still play it to this day, and they want to know if they should play it. And there's people who haven't played Diablo 3 at all and want to know if they should play it. There's still like another demographic of people who played Diablo 3 at the beginning, played it for like 10, 15 hours, was like, you know what, this doesn't have what I need, doesn't have what I want, and went away from it. And I think if you did that, then you missed things like Monster Power and the Infernal Machine and like Gathering of the Keys and all this other stuff they added to make the game, to improve the experience. And
I think we've already been
Yeah,
here.
we've been here.
yeah. So
While you guys navigate us forward, I'm going to choose another winner for a copy of the game.
I'm going to take this opportunity to modify my skills.
So like yeah, so all that stuff that you might have missed out if you bowed out of Diablo 3 in the early months, it's something that you'll be able to experience now because everything up through 1.07 is in the console version, as well as a couple of tweaks from 1.08, which came afterwards. But so I think that's great.
Yeah, and it's definitely a better experience now than it ever has been.
Absolutely.
I'm not entirely sure. You want to check your inventory too?
Sure, yeah. Actually, I'm going to check out my skills.
I'm not going to go ahead and say this is better unless you have a crappy internet connection, in which case way better.
Right.
But and this one is definitely pretty good so far.
Nice. So I got my Unbreakable Grasp rune.
I do like the inventory. It seems to be a pretty good solution to this. I'm such a big fan of the what they call the paper doll model, where you're actually dragging and dropping things with the mouse.
Yeah, me too.
So I
miss school like that too.
I miss that, but and for me it's really satisfying. It's like it kind of gives the items a more physical feeling, like to actually be picking them up and putting them on. But yeah, this works too.
I'm actually gonna sub out zombie dogs.
No more zombie dogs.
Some fire bats. No, I mean like I don't want to. You know, that's the troll with Witch Doctor, just like it was with the Necromancer in D2. Is that like those summons, they're so strong early in the game, and then you get to Nightmare and you're like, oh wait, they die in one hit, and now that's like a useless empty slot on my skill bar.
Hopefully
All right, we've been getting this question a lot. Jamie Chapman, you've won yourself a copy of Diablo 3 for asking, is there drop-in, drop-out co-op? Can you combine couch and online co-op?
Okay, that's a question I can't answer just yet because I haven't been able to go online with it
right,
just
it's not out
because
yet.
it's not even out yet. So that's not something that I've been able to answer. It's an excellent question. I feel like the trend in general has been that that's not, hasn't been possible. And when you think about it, like I don't see how they would balance the ability to kind of run anywhere and have the people follow you with the experience of like that impacting other people somewhere else. Like,
right, but we'll have to check for sure.
So, yeah, we'll see. Shoes of the Lion.
And this is what we're doing right now is kind of an issue with a game of this complexity played in co-op because
that's true.
Like anytime you've got a bunch of different items you're sorting through and trying to figure out which one.
Like, all right, Dan, you go get a drink while Vince levels up here.
And that's kind of inherent to the type of game we're dealing with here. So it's not a problem with Diablo per se, but it is something to be aware of. If you have friends that like to micromanage everything, you might hate them a little bit.
What if I already hate my friends?
Well, then you should probably find new friends.
You're my new friend, Vince, now that you work here.
Yay, we're friends. Would Maggie the Boxer enjoy this game, perhaps?
I don't know, there aren't any dogs in it. Or
there's
cats.
There's zombie dogs.
That's true.
Although she might find that disturbing.
Gold!
We've
been that
here.
way.
Yeah.
Where are we off to here?
I think.
Are we done in this crypt?
Usually there's like a little like
Yeah,
stone
that's
that
right.
will show us that like, hey, this is like your princess is in another castle.
There's a way to zoom out and see the whole map, isn't there?
Yeah.
Oh, down on the D-pad.
Okay, there we go.
So
we're
going the right way.
We are good.
Forward.
We're not actually this bad at navigation, people. It's just that on our TV, like the brightness is so low that we can't actually even see the mini-map.
It's been a year since I played the PC version, okay? And the randomized dungeon.
I actually am this bad at navigation.
Oh, nice team effort there.
Yeah.
It's all about the stun and then clobber.
Oh, this is we hit pay dirt. This is the we're in the
Boom.
Yeah, usually you have to go through two or three crypts before, or at least two.
Exactly. And once you have to go to a second floor, it's the one.
Which I kind of don't like. I wanted to do more. Like these crypts are some of the kind of thing I
meat of the
expect
game.
from
Yeah,
Diablo,
absolutely. Well, you can still do them. Like, there's no saying you can't go into them. Okay, here's the joke of a boss.
Yeah, he's kind of like the first boss.
He is so funny. He's just like, especially once you like play like the higher difficulty levels, like you just like once you get like a more powerful character, you just plow through
you're
this
done
guy.
now.
You're done, son. You're done, son. Yo, just call me Batman because the swarm is getting you.
Level up.
Let's see. Club of wounding.
I am the Batman right now.
I didn't get anything good. I hope you guys did.
I got some bracers that'll help with my survivability a little bit.
I'm not even sure how to use this sword over there. What I got here.
If anybody wants a shield, I'm dropping a couple of good ones. Well, decent ones anyway.
What's the drop button?
Y
there
once
you go.
you've
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna be.
Drop my whites.
I'm really gonna be that guy right now. I'm sorry. I want to see like how. Oh, what do I? Oh, okay. I'm
We're
carrying
broadcasting, Vince.
So
We
I'm
can't hold it up for
sorry.
too long.
I'm sorry. Okay, I just wanted. Okay, so I've got a two-handed weapon. That's why. Okay, I don't want the shield. I'm gonna stick with my weapon.
All right.
I'm
Onward
going
and
to.
upward.
I'm doing it.
Do it. Rolling, rolling, rolling.
That's the regen one. Okay. Yeah, you could probably just roll through an entire level like
Yeah,
this
absolutely.
if you want to be really annoying.
Yep.
You know that you're just going to have that one friend who's just going to roll. the entire time.
Everybody has that one friend. If I can get around to join you guys here. There we go.
With this regen charm, I can basically just fire my beam continuously. Yeah, it's recharging faster than it's spending almost. Oh, okay. Now we. No, it's still going. Yeah,
Boom.
that did not make that very hard.
Woo!
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, let me get that. Let me check out that
Saber.
saber here. See if. Nope, no good for me.
Shield.
Drop that.
Sickle
Anybody
of
wants it.
wounding. They've
What's
got,
the
they've got
armor?
a sickle of wounding and a
Nothing.
saber of wounding. Well, may as well pick them up and see what they do, huh? I'm gonna go in and look. And
Wounding should be bleed damage,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. So when I'm as the wizard, like my weapon stats are affecting my basic attack, right?
Right. Well, yeah. Okay. So that's the thing, you know, and I think you and I both definitely, as our old school RPG purists, like, you know, not our favorite thing. Like, the weapons, all they matter really is just the stats on them. Like your character is never really at any point, except for like the barbarian. Like your character is never really using the weapon that
Right.
you have equipped. So you can see I'm a witch doctor. I'm running around with a sword in my hand.
Yep.
You know.
It was
so-
always kind of silly as the monk. The monk is very, very, punching focused, and I would equip him with this weapon, and then he'd just run up to somebody and punch them.
Right.
It's like you're using it wrong, monk.
And then he's got some skills where he takes out a weapon, like he's got a Tempest Rush where he has the bow staff that he brings out to spin around in front of him.
Like,
It's
I don't even have that.
I don't even have a bow staff. Where's that coming from?
Yeah, the weapons in many ways are just kind of, or effectively the just stat boosts.
Yeah, that's all, and that hasn't changed for the console. Like, those are more like bigger picture Diablo 3, issues rather than something that they can really change in the console version. But
So what's the town portal button here?
I believe it's right on the D-pad.
Diablo superfan Grimiku does clarify that yes, you can actually mix and match online and local co-op. So,
Oh, cool.
which is
Awesome.
great.
Thanks for the assist, man.
Yes.
Do you think we can get him a copy for
Why
for the
not?
assist?
He's earned one.
Yeah. Looking out for you, Diablo superfan.
I'm sure he's already pre-ordered. If
Probably,
if he knows
but-
that. But now he'll be able to give it to a friend.
That's
and
true.
They can
play online.
Yeah. All right.
Cool. So we're back in town.
The boys are. Well, I'm playing a girl.
I always love this. Like, oh, this crown needs repair. 3 strikes of the hammer later, good as new.
Yeah. Oh,
He's really, really good.
He's
I mean,
really
he's
good
been
like
working
that.
on it for a lifetime.
I'm just going to elect.
All right, we've got about 10 minutes left in our hosted segment here, but again, we'll be playing until 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern, as we kick off your Labor Day weekend here on IGN with some Diablo 3 for console. Again, we're playing the Xbox 360 version, but PlayStation 3 version is exactly the same.
I kind of want to see how this works. Okay, so yeah, so if you want to break down your items, then it does.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time doing this on the PC
Yeah,
version,
exactly.
trying to make the best stuff I could.
All right, I just wanted to take a look at this. So I guess this does interrupt. So if you're playing, again, this is one of those things where if it's couch co-op, it's like your buddies
Vince,
might hate you.
give a quick, for the folks that aren't familiar with Diablo 3 already, give the quick rundown of what you're doing here and what is possible with the crafting.
Right,
Break
sure.
something down for us.
Sure. So
Break it down, literally.
Quite literally, you want me to break it down. So, you're going to pick up a lot of loot in Diablo. That's just part of the game. But they don't want loot that isn't going to be used by you to be completely useless. So they give you the ability to go to this crafter, and you can break down your magical items like these blue ones, and get crafting materials out of them. So, let's see here. Salvage, right? So you go to salvage, and now you can kind of get rid of any of the blues that you have or yellows.
If only it were so easy to get rid of the blues.
I know. If I can just tap my blues away with the
I
A
got the
button.
blues so bad.
So yeah, so you see here like, okay, these bracers, my survivability is gonna go way down with these. I don't want them, so I'm just gonna break them down. And it says, okay,
Yeah,
item
you got
received.
the salts there.
Yeah. And at every difficulty level, you get better and better crafting mats by getting rid of better and better items. And the idea is that eventually you use those crafting materials along with recipes that you find in the
Correct.
game, and you can make kind of a randomly generated item of a certain template that might be useful for your character. So like if you need a really good shoulder with like 4 or 5 affixes on it, if you have the right materials, the right recipe, you can say, hey, let me roll the dice, spend some money,
See what I get.
and see what I get.
Hey guys,
All right.
stay a while and listen.
I have the crown. How do I reach the Skeleton King?
At last. I love Deckard Cain.
It's impossible not
If
to
you
want to speak along
haven't,
with him.
if you're a Diablo veteran, or even if you're not, look up the Deckard Cain rap on YouTube.
It's pretty good.
It's something Blizzard put together, I think maybe for an April Fool's thing, years and years ago after Diablo 2. It's really funny.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Like I didn't have any knowledge of it until you showed it to me before the show, and it was incredible.
Let's go kill us a Skeleton King.
Let's do it.
Cathedral Garden. Down we go.
I want to kill things with my fists.
Usually, when I play this type of game, I very thoroughly explore everything and try and kill absolutely everything.
Yeah, me too. I've got to clean every dungeon.
Yep.
I'm compelled.
But I guess when we're playing on a couch like this and in multiplayer, you kind of get dragged along by the momentum of the least patient person.
And that's the thing is that I think also when you play with other people, I'm also one of those methodical players. But I think when you play with other people, even if no one is being a dick and being like, "Come on, hurry up," you feel like
You don't want to be that guy.
You don't want to be that guy where someone has to say that. So everyone's like, "Okay, let's rush, let's do it," Even if you normally would want to oh, actually, we should go. I think no, okay. I thought that was I think, don't the black mushrooms spawn in around here, or was that earlier?
Oh.
One of the items for the Whimsy Shire.
Oh, right. Yeah, I don't know. I never really tracked down Whimsy Shire.
You've never been to Whimsy Shire?
I've been there. Somebody took me there in co-op, but I didn't have to do all the gathering, the hunting and gathering.
I mean, it was once they kind of nerfed the drop rates and in Whimsy Shire and kind of made it not as worth it anymore. I don't know if they restored them or changed them, but that kind of of course it was right after I just spent hundreds of thousands of gold getting the recipe, but.
Yeah, once everybody knows how to do it and it's all over the internet how to get in there, then they kind of have to nerf those really cool things where you find powerful items.
Yeah, I think one of the one of the things that was that a lot of people didn't like is that we just destroyed a whole family of barrels. That's a whole family of inanimate objects we just slaughtered.
Okay, I think we're at 8 copies given away so
okay.
far. If our social team wants to correct me somehow, if that's inaccurate, I think we've got 2 more to go. And we'll get to one here in just a second.
Cool.
We roll.
But I mean,
on.
like you were saying, they nerf certain things. There were items would drop out of barrels and boxes and stuff, so people would actually go on barrel farming runs. I think in Act 4 there was one area where there was just tons and tons of objects to destroy, and people would just max their magic find and just
We've
farm
got a
those
champion
barrels.
here.
Yeah.
Yep.
You ain't a champion, nothing. You ain't the champion of me.
He's a champion
I got
of my
knocked
heart.
way back.
Oof. Hey.
Have some.
Hold that.
Leather pants, bracers. I'll try it. See if.
Bracer hog.
Oh, I equipped them. Excellent. All right, let's give away what I think is our second to last copy of Diablo 3 for Xbox 360 or PlayStation 3. Your choice.
Hopefully.
Hopefully,
Somebody's already gotten all your.
unless we happen to pick all PS3 owners, then we've got a problem.
Need more time.
Do we all level at once there? What
I
happened?
think so.
Wow.
Yeah, slow that pool. Don't get rowdy.
Plenty of killing for all.
3 more to go? All right, we've got 3 more copies to go. I guess I better act quickly.
And learn to count.
Yeah, counting. That's why I'm a writer. I don't do that.
We only know how to write letters, not numbers.
Yeah, I mathed once. It didn't go well.
It was Lazarus. Of that I am certain.
Yeah,
Well, a lot of people have been asking this, so I'm going to go ahead and give Kurt Dunbar a copy of Diablo 3 for console for being one of many people that asked this, but this is the one I saw. He asks if we've heard from Blizzard guys, will Diablo 3 on consoles receive further updates and expansions that the PC version will receive?
They haven't confirmed that.
Now, they have not confirmed anything about the expansions. What they have said is that they are going to try to patch it as often as they can and for as long as they can that's feasible, but that it's also going to come down to what kind of arrangements they can make with Sony and Microsoft, which we can read as just Microsoft, because we all know that they're really the somewhat problematic or somewhat special needs platform when it comes to patching and all that. Like, I'm sure that Blizzard is considering the cost, and all that.
Well, those policies have all changed, fortunately.
Yeah,
That's right.
I'm sure that
It's more the bandwidth on Blizzard's end. How much effort do they, how long are they going to support this before they inevitably move on to the next project? I would count on it being supported for a while. I gotta figure we'll get at least the first expansion pack eventually.
Yeah.
I would be surprised if they produce any content for the PC version that doesn't make its way into the console version. I mean, why would
they? Exactly. I don't. The whole point I feel like on their end of creating this version is like reach a wider demographic. Make more on their initial investment of like creating the game. At this point, I don't see what the business case would be for creating content and not making it available to like every possible customer who might want their hands on it.
Check out what's over here. Oh, yeah, this way.
Yeah, considering how expensive it is to make content, yeah.
Yeah, and that's the name of the game, right? Is like, get your content in front of as many people as possible to make back those dollars.
All right, so 2 more copies, and we are about done with our first hour. So let me let's get another one.
Nice. Pretty much soloed those guys.
Actually, it's funny how I was complaining a little bit, being the annoying guy complaining about the graphics a little bit earlier. The PS4 version really should be the best console version to play. I mean, I know it's kind of obvious to say that, but
Blizzard has not like we were asking about the PS4 version earlier. Like, will your
characters transfer over?
Will your character transfer from the PS3 to the PS4? We don't know. Will it be eligible for the upgrade program? They wouldn't comment on that either.
Maybe Blizzard doesn't even know. Who knows?
It's possible.
They might be hashing it all out.
I think at this point they're just not saying anything at all about the PS4 version, other than that it exists.
They probably don't want. They probably want people to buy it on PS3 first. That's most likely. They don't want to give people any incentive to not buy the PS3 version.
Right. I guess technically they have not announced it for Xbox One yet.
They have not. I would have to think it's inevitable. It would seem odd. Again, going back to the point you guys made a minute ago about creating content for every platform.
They've been constantly, saying though, like, as far as Xbox One goes, like, no comment. Like, they've at least acknowledged that there's going to be a PS4 version, but on the Xbox One, they
haven't said there won't be.
Right, they haven't said there won't be, exactly. Like, which I'm in the same boat with you, Ryan. Like, I would have to imagine, like, if you spend all this money to create this content, why wouldn't you want to have it in front of as many people as possible? We're just killing This one guy who keeps getting summoned over there.
Hey, he's spawning. Yeah. That'd be a good way to end that.
Now we know the answer to this, but this is a good question anyway. So Todd Peck will win a copy of Diablo 3 for console for asking, are the PlayStation, Xbox, and PC servers all separate, or is there cross-platform play?
There is no cross-platform play, so you can't play cross-platform from console to console. There's no cross-platform from console to PC. None of that.
Sad, but that is the that's the unfortunate reality we live in. I mean, it makes sense because the PC version's a different game, but boy, it sure would be nice if 360 players can play with PC players, because it is the same thing.
It would be pretty nice.
But Sony and Microsoft can now play nice things.
No,
they can't, and that's why we can't have nice things.
I'm glad they can't, because they won't.
But there's no reason to be sad, because now we have the greatest of all RPG followers, maybe ever, in Cormac, with the most consistently annoying and amusing quotes of any partner that I can think of since maybe Navi from Ocarina of Time.
So we don't
go through this. We just
checking it off. Yeah.
Exactly. What a monstrous creature! I can't wait until he starts flapping his gums. It's too good.
Take that wooden barricade.
What a monstrous wooden barricade. And you can obviously go up to 4-player co-op. We have 3 seats. So.
Yeah.
I remember grinding through this section so... Oh. Wait. But the will of a Templar is stronger. I love this guy. What a troll. But yeah, I played through this. So many times in the beta. Like that was back when this was all you got in the beta.
Yeah, the beta was just up to the Skeleton King.
Yeah, exactly, just up to the Skeleton King. So people just ran like they did Skeleton King runs like we used to do Andy runs like back in the day in Diablo 2.
All right, Kyle Urich at Urich90. He's new to the series. He's going to get our final copy of Diablo 3 for console. For asking, I'm just going to put this to you in particular, Vince, since you've been playing the most of this so far. As someone new to the series, what are some basic tips and hints to get started? I hear that it can be complex for new players.
Okay, well, the first tip I'm going to give you is just take note of whoever told you it's complex. Never talk to them ever again. Because
easy, Vince.
I'm kidding. But I mean, in seriousness, like, it's not a complex game. Like, that's one of the things that Blizzard was aiming towards with Diablo 3, was to make it more accessible for people. So honestly, like, if you're familiar with action games, you don't have to sweat too much of the loot game, especially not early on. You know, the game gives you a good sense of like what's an upgrade and what's not. So honestly, like my first tip is like, don't be afraid. Go in, press buttons, have a good time. Just be Brett Favre out there and just have a good time with it.
Be Brett Favre?
Just Brett Favre it up. He's out there having a good time, man.
Does Brett Favre play a lot of Diablo?
So you want
Maybe.
me to text pictures of my wiener to people while playing?
No Diablo.
Wait a second.
No Diablo 3 dick pics, please. But
all right, well, we're back in town. That's a good place to end
that's a great
our live hosted portion.
It's been a pleasure, right?
Hasn't it?
Yeah.
Hasn't it, Vince? Welcome to the team.
Thank you, man. Thank you for welcoming me in.
So Vince, Dan, thank you, gentlemen. So you guys are going to roll on here. I'm going to drop my character out, my barbarian, and we'll be welcome. We'll see if maybe one or two of the other IGN crew members decides to
we'll have
jump
people
in.
jumping in and out as they're available.
So poof, there I go. So thank you for tuning in to the IGN live stream of Diablo 3 for console. And again, we're going to be rolling for another 3 hours.
Yep.
Gentlemen, enjoy the game.
Thanks, man.
All right, Vince, where to?
Okay, so we just randomly town portal. I don't know who randomly town portal, but we have to go back where we were.
I blame Ryan.
Totally
Now
Ryan's
that he's gone,
Now that he's off camera, it's totally fine for us to hit something.
everything that went wrong, his fault.
So yeah, now we're headed down this way.
That one time I embarrassingly died, Ryan's fault.
Now things are gonna start going. You don't have all that dead weight to carry around.
all that terrible DPS. Yeah, but between the Frost Nova that I throw and then your flame bats, that's pretty brutal for groups.
You got all the damage you need.
We just have to, we can't really jump into the middle of a fray, but we can just wipe out an entire group.
Between my Grasp of the Dead and like your Ice Beam, we have like good ground control too, so we got this. It's also Diablo 3 in the first act, so
you're not too worried, is what you're saying.
Exactly. Like, and it occurs to me, like, I don't, like, we haven't talked about it, like, extensively, Dan, but, like, it probably sounds to people at home like I absolutely, like, hate Diablo 3, and I absolutely don't. Like, I think I put 200 hours into the PC version. I think it's an absolute blast to play. I still boot it up and just play for 15, 20 minutes just to kill things because I find the combat, like, that fun and that satisfying.
So, like, you're up in the Inferno area. You're doing what's the extra prestige class kind of thing they've got in there called?
It's Paragon.
Yeah, Paragon.
And that's in this as well. Like all that new endgame stuff they added in the later patches and is in there. I think like I was saying before, if you're familiar with the patch versions, like they've gone all the way up to 1.07, and then even something from 1.08 are still represented. I strike at your heart. Like one of the things that 1.08 did was that there was the monster density. A lot of people felt that outside of Act 3 there just wasn't enough stuff to kill. So the 1.08 they pretty dramatically improved that. Now like the 1.08 isn't represented in this version, but they did rebalance the monster density for the console version, both for performance reasons, but also to keep it like at a good pace for what console players use.
So Vince, you were an old school Diablo 2 guy, right?
Sure am, yep.
Like I never really was. I played it through single player, but I never played co-op very much, and that's like one of the big parts of that experience. But what would you say is like a big part of what you liked about Diablo 2 that carries over to this?
That carries over to Diablo 3.
Yeah.
I think the biggest thing that carries over that I really like is the diversity of the classes. In Diablo 1, there was definitely like this feeling. I mean, I'm not gonna say the classes weren't different, but there wasn't. I didn't really feel like any of them were. I didn't feel like what they were capable of was impressive or interestingly different from each other. I think or maybe it did at the time, but when I played Diablo 2 and I played all the different classes and tried everything, like their capabilities all seemed so dramatically different, and like I wanted to play every class to see like what skills they had and what they could do, and like I definitely felt that as soon as I played Diablo 3 for the first time. Like I definitely when I saw the first video of a monk in action, I was like, that looks so crazy fun and so different from like say the wizard or the barbarian, and I can't wait to try it out and see how it feels. And I think that's something that definitely, I think that's the strongest thing about Diablo 3 for me, is that all the skills, they look cool, they feel fun to use, and it makes, especially that trip from like level 1 to level 60 where you're unlocking all your skills, unlocking all your runes, it makes that trip to 60 feel really good.
And so far, what's the biggest complaint you had about Diablo 3 on PC that carries over to the console version? Well, Vince needs a mic check here. I want to make sure you can hear his answers. This might be a good time for me to go into my inventory. Well, provided I'm not trailing any enemies. Yes, okay. What can I do here? Oh, so it's telling me that I guess I've got the new thing is starred.
Right. Okay. So whenever you see a star, that's like your little cue that something there is new for you to look at.
Right, but it wasn't any better. So Look, so that's the frost shield there, right? That I
Yeah, it's frost shield, and it looks like you also
diamond
have.
skin.
It looks like it was also showing you that you have a rune for frost. Maybe no, not for frost nova. I think one of your skills now, like one of your old existing skills, has a rune that you can use now.
Okay. Let's see.
And like usually, like even the basic runed version
Yeah,
is
there's
usually
my
better
rune.
than the unruned.
Let's see.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that does.
There we
Yeah.
go. So that increase the amount of target movement.
Yeah, increase the
Okay.
slow. So yeah, there's no reason not to.
I'm gonna try the orb.
Arcane Orb is awesome.
And over here, do I have?
Like,
I've got a
especially early game,
rune
Arcane
version.
Orb it feels really strong.
Increases damage. Well, yeah, why not? Let's give
I
it a
mean,
try.
yeah, more damage is better than less damage.
In theory. Phew. Yeah, so I've just completely changed up my power set here, which is kind of neat. Well, almost completely. I still got my Frost Nova. Nice. It's so rare I can actually get those chandeliers to drop where I want them.
Yeah, it's like it never seems to be at the right moment. They're still fun to drop though.
Yeah, even if they're just on your friends, where they
Yeah,
don't do any
exactly.
damage.
There's something like anarchic about it where you're just like, I want to break stuff. Yeah, Wizard's all about the QQ.
I do like the big glowy orb. I don't know, the beam might be more satisfying though. Might have to go back to the beam.
Yeah, I mean, like definitely for the crowd control, it's definitely like what are your signatures signature spells, like the spammable ones you have up right now?
I've got this bolt,
The bolt, okay.
which is good enough for most things, I guess. Ow! Thought I had my Frost Nova charge. I did not. There we go.
Heal, don't die, don't die on me.
There's a thing up here.
Oh right.
Health returns.
I'm good. I'm good. One day I'll stop pushing the wrong button.
Learning to video games.
Almost caught it.
I'm really looking forward to seeing how the boss fight against Leora feels.
It'll be it's definitely a different feel to the overall experience, even if it's not dramatic. You're going through the same stuff with slightly different tools.
And the thing is that something I really liked about that Diablo 3 did was that it made the bosses and sub-bosses, it made them feel a little bit more action game-ish, if that makes any sense. Like, they have like actual dodgeable attacks and like the attacks that they wind up and kind of telegraph. So it really, like the bosses in this game already kind of felt like they should be played like an action game. So having a controller to do it with, and then having the dodge roll, I feel like that's gonna kind of complete that encounter and make it feel like exactly as they probably were going for and intended originally. I love PC games, but there's certain things that just feel right with a controller, and I always felt like those boss fights there was nothing wrong with them with playing with a mouse and keyboard, but they felt like something that was spiritually meant to be on a controller. So I'm looking forward to how that feels.
We'll find out soon enough.
Yeah, we're not far now.
Yeah, I think we're doing all right DPS-wise.
Yeah, we're good.
something that is kind of crazy is like, you know, I have a level 60 Witch Doctor, so I've gotten so used to like feeling like I have a near limitless mana pool, and like, you know, once you get certain items and you set up with certain passive skills, you know, it really changes the way your character feels. So it's funny to me going back to this. I haven't had this experience of like an early level Witch Doctor in a long time, and it feels totally different.
Yeah, the early levels don't feel dramatically different from, you know, what I recall from playing, you know, right around launch, which, you know, is both good and bad. It's good because it was pretty good to begin with. Bad because, you know, I would have liked a different experience.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, if it ain't broke, in this particular case.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely didn't try to. There was nothing about this version that's like an attempt to fix Diablo 3, and to be clear, like, it's arguable whether or not like it needs fixing. Like, some people, I mean, you could definitely point out things about it that were problematic for returning veterans like you and me, you know, like. But I mean, it's also hard to argue with how solid of an action game it is.
Right.
You know?
I mean, somebody who has no idea what Diablo has ever been and sits down and plays it is probably going to have a really good time.
Really good time, and wonder why there's like this like vocal minority of people who are like, this is horrible, like, you know. You know,
and they do have valid points. I mean,
sure. Oh, they absolutely do. Like, I mean, like,
when we say vocal minority, we're not trying to minimize the complaints. Because
no, I'm actually just saying what I'm used to being called. I'm always like, because believe me, like, oh my God, my life before Diablo 3 came out, like when I first got involved like with the beta and started like playing the game and seeing the changes that they had made, I mean, I was one of the very first like early like crusaders on the Battle.net message board talking about, I can't believe there's no skill point allocation. I can't believe you can't play with your attributes. I can't believe the respecs are free. I mean, I was that guy getting into like message board brawls over, you know, over wanting it to be more like Diablo 2. So yeah, like, to be clear, like, I'm not saying people complaining about it or like aren't entitled to feel how they feel. I felt all those same things. You know, I just, in its own right though, as an action game, I still think that Diablo 3 is a good game. It's just maybe not the game that everyone, you know, including myself, like, initially wanted it to be.
Yeah, and like I look at it the same way. If you look at some other recent kind of reimaginings, like XCOM Enemy Unknown, which I can't seem to get through a conversation without bringing up.
Which I can't blame you, because it's a great game.
But like, the original is my favorite game of all time. This one is, you know, it's a little bit simpler in a lot of ways. Like, they minimized a lot of stuff on the strategy level with only one base and stuff like that. But I think a lot of what they did was really smart, because the complexity for complexity's sake is not always good. And for Diablo, you know, for if you want a really complex game, you're not going to get a super complex game in this. That's
just not what you're going to get. Yeah, it's not the experience they created. You know, but there is an experience here that's worth having, and that's, right. You know, that's always, sometimes there's something really good about that. And as a person who came to this with all kinds of expectations, being like an old school Diablo 1 and 2 guy, like, I can tell you, like, there was this period of time at first where I felt kind of disappointed, but then, you know, I think the best thing to do, instead of throw up your arms and kind of walk away and be angry, is like, well, if you're a gamer and you love games and you love all different kinds of experiences, there's still a good experience here to have. It might not be the experience you initially wanted, but it's absolutely still a good experience. And
the expectations for Diablo 3 were so high that, like, a lot of people expected it to be like the best game ever and endure longer than the Roman Empire.
Sure, yeah.
And that just isn't really a fair expectation of any game.
Sure.
And, you know, the argument was, oh, you know, they had the blueprint of Diablo 2, why didn't they just remake that? A bunch of people love that. But at the same time, then they would get a bunch of crap for just not doing anything new and just remaking the old one. So
yeah, I mean, it's tough to find that balance, right? Between, like, I think we have to go this way. I think this is actually back the way we came.
Okay.
And it's always tough, right? Finding that balance between, you know, adding enough and iterating it, where it doesn't just feel like iteration, but where you're still true to the original. I mean, it's so hard. You know, it's so hard. I don't envy developers who are following up a big franchise like Diablo. Like, there's almost no way you can do it without making, you know, someone angry.
Somebody's gonna be mad.
But then again, that's a sign of, you know, the enduring value and love that people have for the franchise. It's not necessarily a bad thing either. It just means you're gonna have very engaged fans. That's what we call them, engaged.
But yeah, I would say if what you're seeing here looks interesting to you, don't be terribly discouraged by the fact that there are going to be people, probably people in the comments right now, saying Diablo 3 sucks.
Yeah.
It does not suck.
It does not suck. It just doesn't.
It's not what certain people want it to be.
Right.
And it's not for them. That's fine.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean it's not a good game.
I mean, and as one of those people who was like, damn it, this is not what I wanted for. This is not what I asked for. As one of those people, like entirely one of those people, like I definitely came to find the other things that were good about it and have enough fun that I played it for 200 hours. I mean, that's got to stand for something.
Now, did you ever get involved in the real money auction house, which is not a factor in this game at all?
Only very lightly, just to see. Honestly, I just wanted to see how it worked mechanically, and also like how it felt. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like how it as an experience, what the experience of paying money for an item was like, and if that ruined it for me or if it didn't. And I wouldn't say that it ruined it for me, but I definitely didn't do it a lot. I maybe bought like 1 or 2 items for like $1 each or something. When I had a slot that was just aging, when I was like level 40 and like I had slots where I hadn't gotten an upgrade for them since like level 20 or something. I was like, all right, I don't really feel like waiting around for something to drop that's gonna make the difference.
Though for me, like I never touched the auction house. I think I bought on the gold auction house. I bought one thing. And
really? So you didn't even touch the gold auction house?
No, because I mean, for me, it's like these games are not about buying things. These games are about earning things when they drop. It's a slot machine, not a ATM or anything.
Right.
So like for me, that completely, it doesn't ruin the experience for me that it's there, but like actually, if I were to use it, it would ruin a lot of what I liked about it. But I did have the option of just never touching it. I was able to play up to Inferno without doing that.
Sure, and like what I'll say where that works, the option of not touching it is definitely like the gold auction. To me, like where I stand is like the gold auction house is definitely one of those things where it's like, well, you don't have to touch it and it doesn't really affect your experience at all. Like I think I don't know if we're gonna have him on here, but Justin Davis wrote our very own wrote a pretty good article about why players don't like free to play. And even though this game is not like free to play or not necessarily the same thing, I think like what he was speaking to a little bit in his piece was that once money is like involved or a part of it psychologically at all for people, it just has an effect on the experience.
What is the heal button, by the way?
It's the left bumper.
There we go. Yeah, like you never want to be thinking about money while you're playing a game.
Right, you don't. And that was like, even though this isn't a free to play game, like that was very much something that became a part of the experience for a lot of people. It's that you would get a drop, right? And instead of just being like, oh, this is a cool drop and it's gonna do what I need it to do, or it's not going to, there was always this moment where you're like, well, I could use this, or I could sell it for $5.
Yep.
Like, do I really want to say no to that $5? Like, you don't want to have that feeling like there's an like every time you want to use what you found in the game, there's this opportunity cost of not selling it.
Right.
And some people would say, hey, get over it. It's
Yeah, and
you don't have to do it if you don't want to, but
it depends on how you're thinking about games.
Sure.
And that's going to differ from person to person. It's the same kind of thing with DLC. A lot of people are really bothered by the fact that something is out there that they don't have, that was not included in the package.
Right.
Other people, like for me, I don't care as long as what I'm doing is fun. I don't care if there's more of it. These guys are just going to keep spawning until we kill these guys.
Yeah. Because the problem is that we got ourselves pushed back initially and like never made up enough ground to.
Let's fix that.
Yeah, let's fix that.
Which one should we? Are you concentrating on the top one?
Yeah.
I will take care of these guys. There we go.
Yeah, one down.
There
we go.
Which one? This one next?
Yeah.
All right.
Your
There we go.
Cool.
And Shazam. I do love Frost Nova.
Yeah, Frost Nova was a good time.
I think I would like the smack talk in these better if like there was more of it. Like if they had more lines, it's fun the first couple times, and then it gets kind of dumb.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely a problem with the audio in general in the game is that, like again with Cormac, the first few times he's like, "What a monstrous creature!" You're like, "All right, that's kind of cool." Like he's getting into it, he's doing his thing, but then like once you hear it for the 8,000th time, it's rough. It's pretty rough. But they did add in the ability, or maybe it was there from the beginning. I'm not sure which one. To shut them up, yeah. And I think in general they also patched them to just not be as talkative. But for me, like Cormac, in a weird way, like people are probably gonna find this like blasphemous in a way, but like to me, he's the Deckard Cain of like Diablo 3. He's the guy whose like voice and all the things he says just
you associate with it most.
I just associate with it most, like all the quotes I remember and all the things that are just silly and rememberable. That's not a word. Rememberable is not a word. I write for a living, I swear.
All right. We're coming up on the...
Yeah, to our left is the room. This might be a good time, actually, once we clear these guys out, for us to both do skill checks and gear checks just to make sure we're where we need to be.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anyway, would you like to go first?
Sure.
All right. Let's see. You are, what level are you? Oh, level 9. There it is. Okay. So it's you actually have to play through the campaign a couple of times to get up to level, at least 3 times to get up to level 60, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Like
you should hit 60 right towards the end of your run through hell. In general, is the way it works.
Right. Yeah, I think I ended up at like level 57 before when I got to Inferno. And yeah, that was about where I capped out on Diablo.
No,
and at that point, you're talking about roughly 50 to 60 hours there.
Oh, definitely, easily.
Yeah, and that's that on most games that's more hours than you get out of most games. So if you don't ever actually play Inferno, you've still gotten
you still absolutely get your money. Like Inferno was definitely not meant to be part of like just the core experience. It was meant to be like the
hardcore experience.
It was the exactly. It was the hardcore experience. It was the end game, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. And at launch, it wasn't a very good end game. But from what I hear, they fixed that. And you played it a lot more than I did.
Yeah. No, they did a lot of iterating with Inferno to make it a more kind of a more engaging experience and not as much of like a because listen, I love challenging games and I love stuff that really pushes you to the limit. I mean, I like playing challenging games. Like I'm not one of those people who kind of wants it handed to me, but the initial state of Inferno to me was a little bit silly because most of the difficulty was reliant on just damage spikes, and that to me that's just not interesting. Like just huge damage spikes are not really interesting because there's no skill based element to working around them. There's kind of a little bit of one where you space yourself properly and you don't get caught by that spike.
You had an orb in there, didn't you?
What was that?
You had an orb in your inventory, didn't you?
An orb? Yeah. Oh yeah, right. You can
I am a wizard.
Yes, you are. You could use that.
Jerk.
Sorry. Don't hate me.
The orb. Why'd you even pick up my orb? All right, let's see.
But yeah, I mean, like Inferno was definitely like just, hey, like how many like DPS spikes can we throw your way to just kill you instantly? And that's not to me anyway. That's not the most interesting form of challenge, and they definitely addressed all that kind of thing. Some people would say they addressed it a little bit too much and nerfed certain mobs like in terms of damage and kind of defanged them to a degree where they're not like as fun to fight anymore. But I think monster power balances out a lot of that issue too.
So I have a couple of items here that you might be interested in.
Oh yeah, actually, I'll take that Wanga doll both because it's appropriate for my class and because it's called a Wanga doll.
Fair enough.
So,
all right. So this. Let's see. Where do I actually see the stats?
Okay, so you press X to hit for compare.
So
okay.
I pushed A.
You pushed A.
A is kind of like X, right?
Well, if you were on PS3, that would have been X.
Yeah. That's my problem. I've been playing Last of Us.
Oh, okay.
Okay, there we go. So this would increase. So wait, that increases my damage. It decreases my damage, but increases my defense.
Yeah, what you're gonna get is you're gonna get a defense boost because you're getting 53 armor. You're also gonna get life per second. You're also gonna get life regen. So, and a chance to block. Because
but I get more
it's a
XP
shield.
this way.
You will get more XP, and like to me early in the game, like that's
a good boost. I'm level 8. I'm behind you, so I'm gonna go with this.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
All right, and I think
You got boots too. You got some kind of new boots.
Yeah, possibly made for walking. Yeah, I probably want those, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, extra there.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Like,
all right.
because they got plus strength on them, so strength is going to give you some extra hit points, and you got.
There's your Wanga doll.
Yes, bewitching Wanga doll.
How does that look?
So yeah, this is going to be more mana and more damage. Yep, I'll take it.
Enjoy the Wanga.
Thank you. I'm gonna Wanga it up.
This is what you got to do whenever you're waiting for an animation to play out.
And this.
Yeah. Well, yeah,
this is gonna be like the Diablo 3 equivalent of bunny hopping.
Yeah, on PC it's this, but on console it's this.
Yeah, and doing this is so much more rewarding on an analog stick. I mean, this is just.
That is true. You get the nice twiddling the thumbs
Exactly.
sensation.
It's so good. After all you've been through, I am sure just cutting out this bridge when there's a path right around the corner will stop you.
Like, don't you live here? Don't you know that?
I love the preposterous villains in this game.
Yeah, they're really over the top and silly. Oops.
Best is Act 3 with Asmodan. He's like, I am the greatest general of all in the burning hells, and I'm going to tell you my plans in advance.
I really have nothing to back that up. Oh, did I just die?
You just died on me.
I was not paying attention at all to where I was. And I also popped my Frost Nova way too early.
Wait, so where are you?
You have died, resurrected at. Maybe because we're in the boss?
Oh, I see. No. Hit Y.
There we go. There it is. Oh, time left. There we go.
Okay.
There we go.
So I just realized something else we should have done.
What's that?
That's probably hurting us a bit. We should have set the safe zone because this is set to my TV.
Oh.
So we want it to be where the white lines go away, but we can still see the arrows. Okay, beautiful. Because that prompt about how to resurrect was actually off.
Oh,
was partially
okay.
off screen. That's why you couldn't see it. So now we can even see our skill icons so much better now too. That's much better.
I think we may have screwed up the ratio for the live stream though. So I might have to.
We might have people in the production booth yelling at us right now.
Yeah. So, there's a little black bar around it right now. Sorry about that. We'll get that fixed in a couple minutes. We do kind of need to see.
Yeah, seeing is kind of clutch for playing.
Grunt, grunt, grunt.
He's gonna do his big triple slash. So.
He can't really do much against ranged characters except for his teleport.
It's a teleport, yeah.
You know, it'll soak up some damage, doesn't it?
Yeah, now that I have this dodge roll, actually, I'm seeing that like when he goes to teleport, that's the perfect time. When he goes to materialize after teleporting, that's the perfect time to dodge roll out.
Yep. Yeah, the whole value of killing the minions in this is that they drop health.
Oh yeah, that's what they're there for. These batteries. Okay, so those flashes of light that come
it's the
over.
yellow orbs.
Yeah, those are the yellow orbs. Those are the Nephilim orbs. So what those are actually doing is like giving us temporary stat boosts. Mm-hmm. That is actually an entirely new mechanic to
the console.
To the console version.
Yeah, I didn't remember yellow orbs.
Yeah, they're not in the PC version.
There's me pushing the wrong button again. How do you think those Nephilim orbs affect the balance, or in your experience so far? Are they a good addition or no?
You know, like to be honest, like it's kind of lost on me why they felt like that was a thing that needed to happen. I mean, I don't think they're going to disrupt the balance any more than say like, you know, the Enlightenment shrines, you know, disrupt the balance. I think it's just a temporary little buff. You know, I don't think it has any significant impact on balance. So I'm definitely not worried about it. But I think for me, the jury is still out on whether they actually enhance the experience in some way.
Right. And maybe it's something that'll come into play at higher levels, but
right, perhaps.
Shooty. I do find myself flailing a little bit, trying to aim this sometimes.
Yeah, there's like a subtle auto aim where if you're aiming in the right direction, like it mostly just will target you on something. But every once in a while, that auto aim seems to like not, you know, not quite engage the way you expect it to initially.
Yep. It could be a little bit snappier, but at that point, it would be
a little too auto, I think, at that point.
Yep. I think we probably got it.
Oh yeah, this is cake. We got this. It's just taking longer because it's monster. We're at monster power 2, so he's got more hit points. Otherwise, this is looking pretty free.
I did use a couple of health potions, which is definitely more than I do on.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
On you know, normal or default PC difficulty. Yeah, again, I'm so happy they added monster level difficulty.
Yeah.
Monster difficulty levels. Like that was
definitely like okay, you get it. Like that was a you get it moment.
Right.
For me, like I was like, all right.
I still remember like playing the beta and going like, oh well, you know, I'm sure when they release it, they'll actually put out, you know, difficulty levels. So because you know it was way too easy. And then they came out and they didn't have it. I'm like, what are you doing?
Oh, Leoric, my friend. You are not long for this world, buddy.
And there we go. Huzzah. I have noticed a couple of little frame rate hitches.
Yeah, especially in like that last battle.
Old flare. Ooh, we got some yellows here.
Yep. Nice.
Braces. Broad axe of the strike.
Hey, there's a wand here. You're gonna want that.
Oak wand of the boar.
Knife of wounding. You might want that.
Well, maybe I want the assault flail though. Or can I even equip that?
You know, I don't. Well, here, why don't you take a look?
Yeah, it just gives me drop and close. I can't do it. Here, why don't you see if you can use that?
Oh, is it? Oh no, you know what it is? It's a fist. I can see from looking at it. It's a fist weapon. So
you can't use that either.
It's actually for a monk, I think.
All right, well, we'll hold on to that and give it to somebody else as they come in.
Yes.
All right, so but I need that wand. Ah.
You want to take a look at your inventory now and like just?
I just want to equip my wand. There we go. Okay.
Because here's where, like, as much as this is a cool little system, here's where it starts to like fall apart a little bit, is when you have magical items and like the base, like everyone who's played Diablo 3 for any space of time knows that like those recommendations from the game,
right.
I mean they're good to a point, but like if you really are trying to build a loot profile, like I said, like a paper doll that is like directed in a certain way to do a certain job, you're not going to be able to do that really with that. You're going to have to dig into this.
Well, the wand definitely seems to be a better choice just in sheer damage.
Cool.
So I'll stick with that. What else did we pick up? Anything good?
You got something for your offhand.
Got better braces theoretically. Melee attacks. Don't really care. Yeah, I think I'll stick with my vitality.
Yeah, actually stick with it because the vit's going to give you hit points.
And that increases health and yeah, there's an argument, I guess.
That's a lot of survivability.
Yeah, okay, I'll take it. I did have that embarrassing death earlier.
Because you got the vit for hit points and the armor. Like that's a lot more.
Yep.
That's a significant amount of.
Do you want to check yours?
Oh yeah, actually I should.
That's a fancy bow, but it doesn't do much damage, huh?
Actually, something just dawned on me that I hadn't thought about before.
What's that?
What have we not done at all? All this stuff we're picking up.
Broken anything down? Sold anything? Dropped
We have
anything?
not identified anything.
That's true.
I didn't even realize that, but just now it dawned on me. I'm looking at my yellows and my blues that we just picked up, and I see all their stats and everything, and I didn't have to identify them. So I guess that, that makes sense, because especially in the couch co-op experience, think of how annoying that would be if someone was like, "Oh, my inventory's full. I've got to go back to town to identify stuff," and that would be pretty rough.
Yeah, but I mean, is it really different from playing co-op on PC?
Well, yeah, because on PC, then I could just keep, I could keep running around and killing stuff while he go and did his thing. Here, it's like, well, I guess I'm tagging along on your shopping trip.
Right.
So that's actually an interesting little bit. And like, there's even the argument to be made. I don't know how many people at this point because at this point, identifying was like, it took, like it was like a 5-second.
Right. They minimized that anyway.
Yeah, they minimized it so much that. Yeah, that makes because they first they minimized it to the point where it was just like 5 seconds or so, and then they made it so that Deckard, and you could do that on your own. And then they said that Deckard Cain or Cain's like tome could identify all was something they added later too.
Yep.
I'm fine with what I've got.
Let's do it.
So it looks like they just wanted to minimize that mechanic like almost out of the game completely because it's just going to slow down a couch co-op experience.
You'll have to check when single player if it's still in there.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think that's cool. I mean, like, if nothing else, you have to say that they definitely thought about what the couch co-op experience on console is going to be like, and made like whatever changes they felt like they needed to make in order to make that the breeziest, like most convenient experience possible.
I don't believe that you are the source of the evil in this place.
One thing that always kind of confused me about the plot, which we won't spoil for anyone who hasn't played it, but they had an opportunity to because this game is designed to be played multiple times, right?
Right.
They had an opportunity to make it so that you were this character who plummets down to the earth after beating it, and they didn't do it, which is weird. They didn't create a cyclical plot.
It's true. It would have been a very interesting way to go with it.
Just considering it's a game built to be played multiple times.
Sure, and there's something cyclical too about the way like Diablo 1 translates to Diablo 2, where Diablo 1 at the end of Diablo 1, spoilers for Diablo 1, like basically
make us go.
Okay. Basically you become the vessel for Diablo at the end of Diablo 1. So that like through your hero in Diablo 1 is how how Diablo comes back in Diablo 2. So it wouldn't be quite the same thing, but yeah, I like those kind of cyclical things where the hero becomes the villain, or you meet yourself, but a different version of yourself. Like there's definitely like narrative like depth they could have mined there that they didn't. Well, that's kind of like the story that's the deal with the story in general. I think in Diablo 3, there's a lot of like things they could have mined that they didn't.
Yeah, it's kind of a disappointing story in a lot of ways, and it's okay. It's cheesy. But it's an excuse to hit monsters.
Yeah, and hey, us gamers don't need much justification, especially us old folk.
All right. I would say don't go into Diablo expecting a fantastic story.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good advice. Going back to that question that someone asked, like, what tips would you give me? Like, that's another tip I would give you if you're diving in for the first time. If you came in expecting an epic tale of intrigue and craziness, probably not.
We're mostly skipping through the dialogue here because, for one thing, we don't want to spoil all the story for you. That like
you guys at home watching.
Yeah. And also it kind of drags. All right.
Indeed.
So shall we talk to Deckard? Blah 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 blah. All right. I don't care. All right. Lead the way.
I think another example of kind of those missed opportunities, like what you were just talking about. I think there's a lot of people on the forums who would agree on this, maybe some people watching on the live stream right now. the best character in the whole game is probably Zoltan-Kulle, the kind of necromancer, dark, sorcerer that you run into later. No spoilers. I'm not going to say what happens with Zoltan-Kulle, but I think everyone can agree that like there should have been more of that character, and he might be the one character in the whole game that has like, whoa, hey, I'm getting womped on.
Yeah. He was a little bit underutilized.
Yeah, he was definitely underutilized. I feel like he was a character that definitely, like when he spoke, you were like, of course, like why does no one else see what Zoltan-Kulle sees right now? And it's almost like he was like the voice of the audience.
Yeah.
Health returns.
And they are kind of short on really good characters in this game.
Yeah, like very short indeed. Even though I think that I would say like as much as honestly I think what should be said is that it's the writing that's not strong. It's not the voice acting. Like I think the voice acting is perfectly. I think the voice actors do as much as they can do with like what they're given. But yeah, I think it's the writing and the structure of the plot that's just not as satisfying or as developed as it could be.
And the voice acting tends to be hammy.
Oh yeah, I mean they definitely ham it up. Like, it's definitely not like high art, but I mean, I think when you're reading some of the line, like I think if you're sitting there in the VO booth, right, and you see some of this stuff, you're like, oh, I just have to have as much fun with this as possible.
Yeah,
and
they're definitely having fun.
Yeah. Oh, I love these tree guys. They're so cool. I remember when they showed the first videos of them, I was like, oh my god, that looks awesome. I think what's funny about this game, too, about Diablo 3 in general, is just that, like, it's a perfect example of one of those games that, like, if you want to, if you're kind of older and cranky and a critic like we kind of both are, it's so easy to sit here and like nitpick about the story or this or that. At the end of the day, like once the camera turns off at 2 o'clock, like I'm gonna be hankering to go home and play for 3-4 more hours and just kill more stuff because at the end of the day, like we can be critics and we can talk about all the things it could have done or the missed opportunities, but again, like I come back to it, like that 30 seconds of fun is really fun, and like it keeps you coming in for wave after wave after wave. It's not even the promise of loot at that point. It's just like fighting that wave of enemies was fun. I want to go do it again and again and again.
Yeah, and it's one of the things about like very popular games or like games that like games like Skyrim and GTA and things like that get a lot of people who crap. Oops, there we go. Okay, who like in hindsight like are kind of down on them. It's like that happened because they played it so much the Sheen War.
Yeah, exactly. That's why all the little things that could have gone better because you put 100 hours into the game.
And generally, you don't do that unless you're having a pretty good time.
Exactly.
And
I need healing.
yeah, those are no bueno. Like,
yeah. Still
wherever those flowers go down, become just like a quiet neighborhood for the foreseeable future.
One sec. There we go.
Strange as it sounds, these guys are actually one of my most hated mobs in the PC version. Because I play Witch Doctor, I'm kind of squishy, and like I play a very kiting based like space control kind of build, and it like doesn't matter what you lay down. Those guys they're so fast, they just leap right through everything and they get right on you no matter what you do. It seems like. But it should be interesting to see if the roll mechanic makes me feel any differently about that.
Right. I wonder how many people do like the Arnold Schwarzenegger and Mr. Freeze impersonation while playing the.
I was wondering when someone was gonna, I know when I was playing couch co-op with a friend of mine. Wow, I don't have any potions.
Huh.
Well now.
Can I revive you? How does that work?
I revive myself at you. Do you want help or do you want to finish this off and then I'll come back at the end of the fight? You need help.
Looks like I could use help.
I'm badly wounded.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, you guys are actually putting up a decent fight. Which,
Yeah, again, monster power too. You know, like these guys are definitely hitting harder and taking more damage. Yeah, I don't have any way of healing. Wow, we wiped.
Wow. Yeah, I was not expecting to do that.
Yep. Yup.
And you know what? I'm glad we did.
Yeah, me too.
Like, like I was saying earlier, it's very disappointing when you're playing a game and you just don't die ever. After a while, you just start to realize, why am I? Oh, geez.
Yeah, there's no sense of danger. But right now, I think the problem we're having is that like we're actually out of potions. So what we should probably do after this battle, like assuming we survive, which I think we will, we should probably head back to town and buy some potions because we actually haven't been picking up a lot of potions. You know what might have something to do with that too? We had Ryan again. Let's blame Ryan.
Yeah,
Ryan had to have been picking up at least some of the potions, so like that was less potions for us.
I had been using a bunch actually.
Had you? Okay.
Well, in this fight anyway. All right, let's. Oh yeah, you're beaming us home.
Beaming us home. Beam me up, Billy. Billy, witch doctor.
But yeah, that's refreshing actually to get myself killed there.
And think about we're also both playing squishy characters, you know, so it makes sense. So let's see what the death. Let's see how bad this. Because this is one of the things. The repair penalty, right, was something that they rebalanced in the
PC version.
In the PC version, but it doesn't seem to be giving me the option to. Oh, that's right. They moved. I think they moved repair to the. Did they? Did they move repair? I haven't played in a while.
Give it a try. What's Y there? You have to push Y. There you go.
Yeah, they moved repair to
blacksmith.
To the blacksmith.
Which makes sense.
Which makes sense. Yeah, that probably happened in the PC version a while ago. I just haven't played in a long time.
It's kind of what blacksmiths do.
Oh, I don't actually have any. Okay, there's no repair penalty yet. I think that's not until level 10. Okay. If I'm remembering correctly. Yeah. People in the stream could probably be jumping all over me right now for not remembering that. But,
yeah.
But yeah.
While you're doing that, I'm going to look up some questions here.
Cool, go for it, man.
Still weighing up whether to get Diablo on Xbox 360 or PC. Help me decide.
Do you have...
And that's from Craig Skinner.
Okay. Well, I mean, Craig, like the main thing would be like, do you have a rig that can play... I mean, Blizzard always makes games that scale really well. Like they look beautiful without being super system intense. So I mean, if you bought a new like gaming ready PC like in the last 2 or 3 years, I'd say you could probably run Diablo 3 on PC just fine. I think the bigger question...
I think to take into account there is your internet connection.
Yeah, that's the bigger question. You know, I think it's almost certain you're going to have a machine that's going to be able to run it. But the real consideration is, do you have an internet connection? Or even more importantly, like, do you want to have a couch co-op experience? You know, that's something that no matter how good your computer is, you know, the PC version just can't provide that for you. So, like, if you want to sit down with a few buddies and, you know, and hack and slash the night away, I mean, yeah, you could do it on Battle.net. But some people enjoy just having someone sit there next to you and, you know, beating some guy in the arm when he steals your loot, and that's an experience some people love. If that's an experience you love, I'd say like there's no amount of extra graphical fidelity on the PC version that's going to replace that for you. So I think that's going to be the main deciding factor. I mean, they're mechanically, as far as like how they play, the PC version is going to offer you more precision. I mean, I'm just going to tell you that right now. If you want to play a ranged character, I mean, I played a Witch Doctor to level 60, and I'm playing it right now, and yeah, it's still early, but I can tell you already, like, I can't place my spells exactly where I want them. They can go where I need them. I can target, like, I can target in general where I want to be, but if I want to put something in a specific place that's not where an enemy is, there's just no precise way to do it.
I just remember why we actually came here, which was to buy potions.
Yes, we came here for potions.
I never actually buy potions in the PC version, so I don't know where they are.
Yeah, you never really have to. Oh, okay. He doesn't sell them. I believe the merchant. I think there's a merchant over here sells them. Yeah, this merchant is I believe is the potion merchant. Yeah, here we go.
Stock up. Let's see what else we got. If you played Diablo 3 on PC, will it transfer over to Xbox 360 and PS3? That's from DJ aka Skids. No, it will not. You cannot do that.
Nope. Negative.
Because this is not hooked into Battle.net at all.
In any way.
James Grenard asks, are there the same character classes, more or less? Any changes within the classes?
Mechanically, it's the same, so you have the same exact classes. In terms of are the classes the same, there actually are some skills that have been rebalanced and changed around for the console version. I don't have a grasp on all of those completely, but that's something that Blizzard has definitely talked about. That a lot of the skills had to be reworked to make sense in the context of a console experience. I know I can tell you already, like from playing Witch Doctor, I don't think I have zombie dogs up right now. But when I did, like originally, zombie dogs summoned 3 dogs, like, and now it's just 2. And now it's just summoning 2.
Right, which is probably just to avoid cluttering up the screen.
Yeah, it could be to avoid cluttering the screen. Might have something to do with balance. I also could be total wrong because I haven't been a witch doctor in early levels in
Take us through.
over a year. But you know, from my remembrance was that it was 3 dogs initially, 4 dogs with one of the passives that you could get. And in this so far, it's 2 dogs. So that's just one example of like how some of the skills might have changed for the console version.
Let's see. Oscar F. Salazar says, does while playing. Wait, how's that go? It says, while playing on the same screen, you still have to be on the same screen online. We actually haven't tried the online.
Right, we haven't had a chance to try the online. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, we'll have to do that when it starts.
Yeah, but that's definitely a good question. That's definitely one of the things like you'll want to know, because one of the fun things one of the nice things about playing in a party over Battle.net is that you guys can get, if you wanted to do like really optimized like loot runs, you can get into a dungeon and be like, okay, you check that way, you check that way, you check that way.
Split up and cover things.
Split up and cover things. Call out, loot goblins, and we'll come and gank them together. Stuff like that. Like that's the kind of thing that that I don't want to lose that part of that experience. So I hope, I hope that when you play online, you'll be able to split up like you can on PC. On PC.
You should get those health globes. Both of them.
Yeah, I just wanted to wait until the poison of the, because that poison
you're gonna
lingers
heal anyway. Oh, those guys again. Do not want. Don't get killed, Vince. Don't get killed.
Trying not to.
I very nearly got myself killed. Yikes. Oh, now I'm dead. Good job. God. Good one, Vince.
My potion's on cooldown still.
So yeah, mine was too.
I can't heal. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. He's like, there is no way I'm.
Oh. Yeep. Yeah, you want to respawn as soon as possible? Oh, am I just getting more guys following me now? Oops. Oh, that was terrible. Nope. Run away.
Roll away,
yeah,
roll away.
Run away for a second, I'll cross Nova.
Okay.
Boom. Now we're talking.
Yep.
Occasional coordination pays off. Oh, I'll look out for that. Let's not aggro that up in the upper right.
Oh, God.
Oh, yikes. Oh, crap.
They're after us.
Look what we did.
I'm dead.
Yeah, healed. Okay. I healed and immediately need to heal again. Oh, I'm screwed. That guy always gets me. There's not much of a death penalty.
Well, no, not yet, because like not until if I remember correctly,
costs.
until you reach level 10, there is no repair cost.
We're pretty much at level 10, aren't we?
Are we?
You were at level 9 last we looked. Yeah, those guys are nasty.
Wow. Well, yeah, and again, it's monster power too, so like they're definitely hitting like trucks.
Yeah, so if you don't want this level of difficulty, and can you turn it down on the fly? Or no?
That's something that we might want to take a look at right now, just because I don't think people want to watch us run in circles and die constantly.
That's fair. Let's see. You're not resurrecting?
Oh yeah. Duh, I keep forgetting.
Yeah.
Live.
Gotta push the make Vince live button. Insert coin. There we go.
Okay.
I think people want to see us man up. That's what I think.
Really? should we just man up? I'll man up. That's fine.
Let's see how we do.
I'll man up.
Yeah.
I mean,
Let's just
I don't
try
have a problem with that.
Yeah, let's try playing a little bit more carefully here.
Yeah, yeah, and like maybe actually, like you said, like maybe like coordinating with each other a little bit, and not just freewheeling it. Because I think honestly, both of us are just like, it's just Act 1. It's so easy. We don't have to worry about things.
Yeah, we're
a
little bit complacent.
Yeah, exactly. And in fairness, as we have stressed over and over again, and used as a crutch repeatedly about how terrible we can sometimes be.
Wait, is this about Ryan again?
No. No. I'm gonna save. I gotta pocket Ryan. I'm gonna save the Ryan excuse for a later date. That's on cooldown right now. The Ryan excuse. But no, what I was gonna say is it is pretty tough to play and talk at the same time.
That one is just a gold mine, isn't it?
It is a gold mine. It never runs out.
Yep.
It never runs out.
It is the gift that keeps on giving.
I love how when you do fire bats with the Witch Doctor, it looks like he's doing a little groove. He's like...
He's pretty much always doing that, though. Like, even his idle animations are
oh, yeah.
kind of ridiculous.
He's like, bobbing his head. He's like... I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Not like this.
What do we say to the god of death, Vince?
We say no.
It's not today.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's not today. I'm a bad fan.
I guess the health orb.
My girlfriend is at home right now watching the stream, and she's like,
Hero Pharrell would be very disappointed in you.
Arya would not let me be her dancing instructor.
Yeah. I'm not gonna let that guy hit me this time.
Did he hit you?
I think so.
Okay.
Everyone else did though. Don't die, Vince. Don't die.
Not dying. I'm saying no. I'm saying not today. Maybe that was the problem. I was saying no, and that's not what you're supposed to say.
Saying no.
No. Never doing that again.
Probably for the best. Oh wait, I thought I was you for a second there. Oh, and yep. As soon as I lose track of where I am on the screen, kabam, I'm dead. Okay. Yeah, once we get like some healing auras and stuff, it feels a little bit better. Or do these characters even have any?
Okay, let's see. No, I don't think. No, that's the monk.
That's monk.
That's the monk.
Yeah,
I don't think these characters have. Okay, well later on, like I think around level 30 something,
we'll hit that totally, right?
Oh, totally right now, like
yeah.
Especially at this rate that we're going, like dying every 10 seconds. I'm sure we're gonna hit level 30. No, but I think the Witch Doctor definitely gets some healing totems and spells that are good for survivability, but that's gonna be a little bit farther down the road. I can't imagine that there's no penalty for death, right? Though that it can't just be like, okay, well now you just respawn with full life and mana, like.
Right. That just becomes running up against a brick wall repeatedly until you break through.
Right. Or as they call it, corpse zerging.
Right.
Like in an area and until you just get through.
But I don't know. Maybe we have to get past level 10. Yeah, it's been so long since I played. I don't remember all the nuanced little rules, but that's why
Yeah,
we're
I'm
playing.
okay, so I'm level 10 now, but
Okay.
you're not quite there. So maybe I'm starting to. But I look like I just made level 10. So, okay, that's not where we go yet.
Right.
Yeah, that's gonna be later. We're looking for, if I remember correctly, we're looking for like a cart, like a supply.
Oh,
cart.
right. I remember the cart. And like some things are randomly placed. I mean, that's one thing that I was kind of down on is that you don't get the full randomization. Ooh.
Yep. Okay.
Let's get him. Let's get him.
Get him.
You can't freeze him. Oh, and there's a tree dude I didn't even see. But he was a tree. Oh, he's totally gonna get away. Ah. Ah! We are bad at
We've
that.
had no luck with that.
Ryan!
Ryan!
Caffrey!
In my office.
You don't have an office, man.
That's right. I'm not quite there yet. I'm just happy to have a desk at this point.
Oh, I forgot about the poison. Dope.
Told you, man. Those
Poison always gets me in this game. It's like the
clouds
only
are
thing that really consistently kills me, even when, even on non-vamped up difficulty.
And that plague, the plague affix on like the champion packs are it's the business. It's serious business. That's another thing I think they did well. That again, like speaking to those players who maybe played a certain amount of Diablo 3 and then kind of walked away from it because they didn't like the experience. You know, that's one of the things they definitely improved a lot. Is I definitely thought it was cool that they were having these kind of randomly generated monsters with like different groups of affixes on them to kind of give them different behaviors. But I think some of the affix and affix combinations were just, again, like in the same way as I didn't like certain damage spikes. Some of the affixes I thought were not legitimately challenging. They were just kind of like, hey, look at these two affixes and how they synergize and how you can't do anything about it.
What do you call it? Affixes?
Yeah, the affixes that the affix modifiers that they that they add to them.
Right. Ah, what happened there? I think you can get stuck on that guy. You got to cancel.
Oh, is that what I am? I'm stuck. I'm like, why am I not moving?
Yeah, you accidentally talk to him.
So yeah, that was something that I think for some people was a little bit. Some of those affixes were just kind of silly, and they didn't like them.
Yeah, well, a couple of the combinations got real bad.
Were just like,
It got pretty much unkillable if they had like regeneration and
right. Jailer, Desolator,
and like invulnerability and regeneration together were just terrible.
Like, that was terrible. And then what else was bad? Vortex and chains.
Oh yeah,
Vortex
God.
and chains was pretty silly.
The only ones that really bothered me were the ones where you just could not kill them.
Yeah, and like invulnerable minions.
Yep.
I just want to point out there's a lot on the screen right now.
There is.
Like, there's definitely a lot on the screen, and like it's still not a perfect 60, but it's definitely running pretty smooth. I mean,
let's get that health orb.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get. Okay, you got it.
Yeah, and when you pick up a health orb, it heals your entire team.
Yeah,
which is nice.
And that's how it was in the PC version.
Yeah,
as well,
yeah. That would be a pretty good time to actually warm up then, lady.
Yeah, it's time to put on your A game. I'm honestly, like, I know it might sound silly because it's like our money DPS right now, but like I'm thinking of switching out the bats because like I literally can channel it for like a second and then I'm out of mana, and I don't think it's giving us enough of a sustain to.
Maybe just need more mana regen.
Yeah, maybe that would be helpful.
Is there another? There it is. Yeah, you gotta kill the.
Yeah, there's two more. See, there I was able to channel in a really long time. I haven't been able to figure out quite why. Sometimes it seems like I run out of mana immediately, and other times like.
Oh, yeah. Come on.
We're
Couldn't quite get to it.
We got this. This is free.
Couldn't roll in the direction I wanted to there. Oh, look out. Yikes. Now we've got a champion to deal with. Yikes. Yikes. It's only cool when I freeze you.
I see what you did there.
Yep, got him. Nice. All right, what do we get? Scouting Eagle Orb. Yeah. Keen Stone Knife of Wounding.
I'm gonna check that out.
All right. You want to check out your...
Yeah. Wow, I got a 17.9. That's probably gonna be where I want to be. Yeah, plus A speed. Yeah. This is like where it's at. There's only one other one I saw down here that might be min. Bonus to min, A speed, mana per second. This is also mana per second and more DPS. All right, that's the one.
It's time for new pants.
I think it is time for new pants. Vit and okay, I'm not gonna get experience, but more defense and some Vit. Survivability is definitely at a premium.
I'm gonna be right back.
Okay, cool.
Then you can hold down the fort.
I'm gonna hold down the fort. I got this. It's just gonna be you and me, guys. We got this. All right. Watch my amazing ability to fill time by obsessing over my inventory choices. I'd rather take the survivability. Dex, life per second. Ooh, that armor's rough. Right, we just did that. Armor 15. Magic volume, I don't care. Yeah. And that one's got move speed. Yup. Ooh, nice. I got my first passive slot. That's right. That's right. I got Jungle Fortitude now. Also going to help with that survivability. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Oh, okay, I've got Horrify now. Yeah, I got a few more skills to work with.
All right, Vince, I'm back. What'd I miss?
Excellent. You missed very exciting footage of me sifting through my inventory and deciding what I was going to do with my life.
Well, while you're doing that, I'm going to look up a couple more questions.
Go for it, man.
And see what people want to know. Let's see. Did Blizzard change the drop rate so you don't get as much garbage loot? Yes, definitely.
Absolutely. That was like one of the core things they said they wanted to do is have there be fewer loot drops but more meaningful ones. So, and that's part of their initiative for the PC game too, is that they want to make loot more more meaningful down the line as well. But yeah, that's definitely something you see in the console version is both, and that fixes two problems, right? That's both from a performance standpoint, you don't have a million things littering the battlefield, and also like I was saying before, like a little earlier in the stream, it makes it so that when you pick up loot, it feels meaningful, and you're not just picking up garbage and cluttering up your inventory. So.
And that was from Anthony Gutlia.
Cool.
Or Gutilla. Gutilla? Gutilla. Probably Gutilla.
Probably. All right, I'm actually gonna. Oh, I got splinters. Yeah, you gotta do splinters. Splinters is too godlike. Can't not do splinters. Sorry, corpse spiders. You're getting shelved.
He also asked, does bringing up the menu in online multiplayer pause the game for everyone? We don't really know.
Again, very sadly, we don't know about that yet because the game's not out, so we can't test the online multiplayer. But probably I'm sure I'm gonna be getting to all those kinds of questions in my full review. So.
All right, I want to check my stuff.
Yeah, do your thing, man.
Oh, there we go.
Let me see if I've got any action on Twitter.
New stuff here. What's going on there? Oh, okay. So I guess I just unlocked a skill on Y now. Okay. Explosive bolts for magic missile. All right, so now we're talking. And let's see. You know, I'm going back to Ray of Frost.
Yeah, that was your joint. Like yep. You were having too much fun with that.
And all right, I think I'm good then. Actually, let me check my inventory. Yeah, I'm good. All right.
Looks like Mitch is having fun at PAX.
He's not allowed to have fun.
Blowing it up about Titanfall. So did you get the awesome item things that you put in your hands to kill the stuff?
I did do that.
More of the item things. Cool.
Okay. So Richard Gordon asks, I've never played Diablo. I really am interested in the console version for the offline co-op. How's the offline co-op? Well,
we're having a blast. Yeah. We're having a good time. You know.
We are.
My land is saved. Bless you.
I mean, I think it's a game that just lends itself so well to that kind of experience. You know, the game. Without, you know, when you take away all the stats and the loot and all the kind of the layers of RPG that were always associated with the franchise, at least until now, at least, you really what you had was an arcade brawler. It was an arcade hack and slasher. You know, that's really what you had. So now that you can actually sit down with someone on a couch and play it, I mean, it feels right. It feels like it should have been like this the whole time. I don't know if you feel that way, but that's how I feel for sure.
I don't know, I'm too much of a mouse and keyboard guy to jump completely on board with this. But,
right.
But being able to play it offline is definitely how it should have been the whole time.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. I guess I'll say this. I think what you definitely agree is like being able to have the experience again.
That actually damaged you.
Yeah, that thing is nasty, and I always fall for it in this level. Oh, Splinters, yes, I missed you. Splinters is so good. Like if you're not playing with Splinters, you're kind of doing it wrong.
That's what you learned playing Teenage Ninja Turtles?
That's true. It's applicable to all games I've been playing this week.
Yeah.
We must hurry with the ritual. Magda will be here soon.
I got some better area of effect damage now. And, yeah, I think I'm good. Empiric. Beardish. I love the...
A Bardiche, okay.
Yours? I believe you're
Regardless, I have claimed it.
I was trying to pick stuff up, and I'm skipping her dialogue, which isn't very good anyway, so I'm gonna skip that.
But you know what's funny is, what do you call it? The Witch Doctor's dialogue with Magda is always actually kind of amusing. Just because he gets so irrationally angry when he talks to Magda. Like normally he's like very like calm and wise, and then when Magda appears, he's like Magda. And he gets all like super angry and pissed, and it's funny.
Oh, there's my level 10.
There you go.
The next piece. It has fallen where only the ancients may tread.
This does not belong to you. I love it. He's the man.
He's basically the Count from Sesame Street.
Yes.
Why not? Sounds like a good idea.
Will there be more things for us to kill there, Dan?
Nah.
What? You lied. You lied. There's more to kill.
I am kind of a liar, though.
I'll keep that in mind.
Oh, these jerks. The animation doesn't look very good from that angle, does it?
Just because.
Yeah. I just love this damage hose. It's really great.
I will rinse you off with magic.
Yeah. It's nice to be able to just like walk over things and have them like a body. When you just walk near it, it automatically triggers it. So you check it for loose change instead of having to click on everything.
Yeah, I noticed the same thing when we were in like the cathedral levels. It was you know, because you would normally have those loose tiles that you would have to, you know, individually click on. So in this, it was just like as you walk by, as you walk over them, they just crumble. Yeah. Which actually makes, when you think about it, it actually makes a lot more sense. Like, it's kind of like, how come I can make this loose tile come loose from like 20 feet away? Every character in Diablo 3 is telekinetic. Just moves things with their mind, but this makes more sense. Like you walk over it and it just activates.
Not exactly the least believable thing about this game.
That's true. And we're back. Sorry, we just had a little technical something to work our way through, but we're back. We missed you.
Did you miss us?
We love you guys.
All right. I think we've already... Can you bring up the map? How do you bring up the map? Is it down?
It's down.
Yeah, okay, there we go. Yeah,
so we're trying to find this cart, which is probably going to be in some corner of the map we have.
Must be down here.
Yeah, it's probably down there.
All right.
All right, so let's hit south.
Always in the last place you look. And roll there.
And roll.
Yeah.
And roll. And roll.
Don't want to be that guy. It is a little bit annoying that like we're so close. Our characters are so close to the edge of the screen. Like if we run into something big and nasty, like we don't really have any time to react before.
Yeah, it's true.
Aggroing them.
It's like that's the other thing is that you're pretty used to when you play Diablo. You're pretty used to your character being in the center, mostly like more or less in the center of the screen.
Yeah, and just because the resolution is lower on a console than on a PC.
So it's actually it is actually the view is zoomed in farther, so you are actually seeing less of like the field of battle in the console version. But you know, again, that's something that again for a ranged class that wants to be able to maintain spacing and that wants to kite, that might be something that becomes an issue for survivability.
You just gotta let your buddies who are
tankier, be at the borders of the screen.
Let them go first.
Yeah.
We got some over here. Another hole in the ground. Always got to go in the holes in the ground.
Oh, you know what? Actually, I think we're leading ourselves on a goose chase. Yeah, I think we might have to go back to town.
Yeah.
I think this is one of the disadvantages of us not really listening to the audio and knowing what's. I think the next thing is that we're supposed to be going back to town. Let me just double check.
Okay. Can we go in here first?
Want to go in there first and just kill stuff?
I want to kill things.
Let's kill things. Let's just kill things. And sometimes this scavenger's den actually almost always has a when it spawns, when this dungeon spawns, almost always has a resplendent chest at the bottom of it, so that's worth it.
Yep. I am nothing if not resplendent.
Yeah, I bask in the glow of your magnanimous aura. Yeah, it's like I'm walking, I'm running, and oh my god, there's stuff all over me.
Yep.
Where did that come from?
Oh, there's a yellow. Oh, we got a full.
I need healing.
Indeed I do. And I am out of... Am I out of potions?
Yes.
Yes, I am. That's no good. Yeah, it's getting old. Trip back to town is not sounding too terrible anymore, but I think we can finish this.
Yeah, we can do it. We got this. Which way?
Let's go that way. Yeah, I guess when you got like 4 people playing this, you kind of need somebody calling the shots.
Yeah. And I think we're both agreeing that it would be kind of logical if that was whoever was tankiest was the one, you know, kind of leading the way from
the range playing support. Yeah, gotta have somebody, you know, Leroy Jenkinsing their way in there.
Leroy Jenkins.
Everyone else just cleans up for him. Champions.
Still waiting.
More knuckles. Stop pushing X instead of A. I feel like now we've got enough direct damage that the next time there's
I think my switching to splinters was a good call.
And the beam as well.
Yeah.
But next time there's a treasure goblin, he's in trouble.
Yeah, he's going down.
Yeah, it looks like we did not pick the right path.
Okay.
But we got to kill things we would not have otherwise have gotten to kill.
Exactly. Because there's definitely no enemies down this way for us to kill. Not gonna happen. I'm calling it right now. No enemies. Nothing.
Alright. Resplendent chest, here we go. And for people who don't know what a resplendent chest is, Vince, why don't you...
Oh,
there
okay.
it is.
It's right there.
Yeah.
Resplendent chests they are not the highest tier of chests, but they are the highest that you are going to semi-regularly see. Like, that's like, that, you know, especially like before you get to Inferno, that's going to be usually that's going to be like one of the bigger payoffs is a resplendent chest.
Well, that one in particular was not great.
No, it really wasn't. There was like 1 blue in it. That was not that was not a very resplendent chest.
It was resplendent-ish. Oh, there's yellow in there.
Oh, I'm feared. Okay, I was like, why am I winning?
I think I'm getting the fear. There we go. Those guys usually give you some good loot too.
Yeah, Splinter's is doing work right now.
Yeah, so I'll get myself a helmet and some gloves. I'm gonna check those out because I think I really need those. Oh, I can't wear that, but you can wear that.
Yes, I can. I don't know if it'll be an upgrade for me, but we will see.
And say that might be an upgrade. Gives me more health but less armor. Significantly less armor. I don't know. What do you think, Vince? More XP.
More XP. 7. Honestly, like the 7 Vit is gonna have a bigger impact on your survivability than the 6 armor is at this point.
So be it.
So.
All right. Lucky gloves. These do. Nah, I don't care about gold.
You know, that's actually a good lead in. Like, I wonder now, since there's no auction house.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, crafting is going to become a very key way for people to fill in, like, kind of like I was saying before, when you have those aging slots where you haven't gotten an upgrade for them in, you know, like 20 levels. And crafting is really going to pick up that slack. And crafting is a big time gold sink. You know? So I would imagine I'd be interested to see how gold evolve. Like maybe if gold starts to become a little bit more meaningful, because in the PC version, gold isn't really that meaningful because most of your money is made by getting lucky with like a big ticket item and then flipping it for like 10 million, you know, or 20, 30 million gold.
Pick up the mask.
I have to pick up the mask. That's right. Let me take a look at this mask. See if it's any good. But yeah, that's how you make a lot of your. That's really how you make most of your money. Oh yeah, Vit, mana per second in there. Thank you. That's really how you make almost all your money in the PC version, and it's not so much in the gold pickup. Now, in
One
this
thing-
game, there's
one
no.
thing that- sorry.
What's that? No.
One thing that annoys me, and I'm not sure if it's true on this one, but annoys me about the PC version, is unless you're playing a hardcore player, hardcore character, you get access to all of your gold across all of your characters. So if
your gold is account bound.
yeah, which is terrible. It's like what
You don't like that?
Well, no, because it makes it entirely pointless to play through the first and like unless you're maxing out monster level, it makes replaying entirely pointless.
Well, that's that's like one of those things where it's about the new guard versus the old guard. Like to us, there's a value in the idea of, hey, I need to earn things from scratch with this character, with this new character.
But
that has value to us,
But
right?
if you're not, there's no economy when you're playing. You have enough money to buy and sell every single, or you can buy every single thing every merchant has. So why is gold meaningful?
Right. But on your second and third run throughs, like you don't care about, like you don't like on those second and third run throughs, like with either the same character or with a new character altogether. Like there's no, I totally agree with you. There's no actual reason for you to even like look at gold piles at that point. But again, like that's one of those things where it's something they do for convenience. It's something they do because they feel like people don't want to, waste their time with having to, earn gold again and earn their way back up.
I would argue that you're wasting my time by not making me do it because that's the entire point of playing.
No, I totally, again, that's a place where us old-fashioned RPG folk, don't feel fulfilled on that level by Diablo 3, but for every person like us, there's at least one person on the forums who's like, who think that notion is ridiculous, that we're just making life harder for ourselves and making fun into, making what should be fun into work. But to me, the work is putting it, being challenged and having to manage resources and, build things up and earn things is part of the fun.
Right.
That's part of what makes it, the challenge and the scarcity of resources and needing to earn things is kind of what makes it enjoyable.
Yep. I kind of have a theory about RPGs, and basically that Diablo 3 is not actually an RPG.
Oh, totally. Like if I was actually wondering if this was going to come up today because I'm totally prepared to stand right behind that. Like to me, like at this point, especially once you have a controller in your hand and you're dodge rolling everywhere and like there's very little penalty for death. Like
well, that has less to do with it for me than the fact that there are no skill choices.
Yeah, that's a big thing with me.
Yeah, so I mean, basically your skills in this game are all just what equipment you have. It's not your character is not unique. Everything that makes my mage or my wizard here, my wizard.
Every other wizard has that.
Right, and everything that is unique about it can be transferred in the trade window.
Yep.
So for me, that's not like it kind of defeats the concept of role playing. It doesn't mean it's not a fun game.
Right. It just means it's not a role playing game. And there's so many people like when I was saying before that when I was on the message boards, like when I first started seeing the changes they were making to the system in Diablo. Like when I was saying I was on message boards, like absolutely crusading about it. Like that's what kind of my whole big point was. And I got a lot of pushback from people who were like, well, you're just one of those people that needs to torment yourself or like make it challenging so you can feel like you have nerd cred. And I'm like, that's not really it. It's just the idea of permanence, the idea of like you said, playing a role, making a decision about what I am and what I do, and then having to deal with the ramifications down the road, as long as the ramifications are well designed and fair.
I guess we've walked back to town here, I think.
Yes, it looks like we have.
Well, I guess not entirely, but so should we warp back to town?
Oh, right. I was gonna check to see if that was.
But yeah, I mean, for me, it's like what makes an RPG is making decisions, and there are no actual decisions here. There's choosing a build, but that's no different than like. Choosing which weapon to use in Quake.
Right, exactly.
You can only have one thing equipped at a time in Quake, but that doesn't make that an RPG.
Right, and I totally agree with you 100%. Like character progression, like the progression of power and the molding of like how your character walks down that path is to me part and parcel of like the enjoyment of. Where are you running to?
Potions.
Oh, you're getting potions. We should get potions.
We need potions.
You're right. No, but to me, that like how your character walks down that path of progression is like a big part of what makes RPGs interesting to me, and I feel like that is the area. For me, that is the one main area of lacking for Diablo. I'm just stocking up.
Yeah. And actually, like now that gold actually matters here, like I have to choose between buy and I have to actually pay for potions. Like I now have to choose between breaking items down for crafting or selling them.
Or selling them for the gold, right?
Right.
So I think like once you remove those other mechanics, like I think maybe there's not going to be there's not going to be a player economy of any kind. But I definitely think
fine with that.
I'm totally fine with that if it means that the resource when I'm having my experience, my single player experience, if that resource starts to matter to me and I care about it, that just makes playing a lot more interesting. Like I was just spamming the potion button because I'm like I'm picking up buying potions like that rapidly because I don't care about my gold, but I'm still thinking in the PC mindset. Like as soon as I bought all those potions, I was like, like that's gold I might need because I'm not going to be able to flip some item for 10 million gold and have infinity potions whenever I need them.
Right. Let's see this one. That's one I already swapped out, so I'll just sell these. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm good.
Q, you're always good, Dan. That's why you're the staple man.
Magda's words betrayed her.
Blah 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 blah.
Magda, he hates Magda.
Yeah.
Fantastic powers.
Who doesn't like saying Magda?
Terrible battle near the temple, and that their ghosts still war with one another.
I'm always gonna let you lead on the going places thing, just because otherwise somebody goes somewhere when you don't want them to. And,
You and I aren't so different. I have one power within my teeth. The only difference is no control over my
That sounds
pew pew pew.
troubling.
It's only happened a few times.
I could use some more magic
and only
regen,
when
but
I was in grave danger.
I think it was okay.
Something rises up from deep
You kill these?
She always kill these, like every time. Especially these stupid little demon froggy thrower guys that make me want to throw things.
Or shoot blow darts anyway. Yeah, I guess we could have gotten Leia earlier, but Leah or Leia? It's Leah. Yeah. Or was it Lee? I forgot.
Leah.
Used to be so beautiful. Uncle Deckard told me stories of them when I was a little girl.
We're about to meet follower number 2.
Please help.
Oh yeah.
Kill my friend.
What do they want with your friend?
She's just a farmer's daughter, Sasha, but she has a relic that the thieves are after.
I guess we don't really get the followers in co-op, do you?
Oh no, never in co-op. Like when you play, even on PC, when you play
Right.
co-op, like you do go through the story parts where you meet the followers, but then like for the actual core like playing, no, the followers are not.
Yeah. Like I said, I didn't play a whole lot of co-op.
You won't get away from us this time.
Yeah, I have to say, like, so the left trigger. I hadn't mentioned this. I don't know if this is going to be helpful to you, but left trigger is the lock-on button. So, like, whatever you're targeting right now, you will stay locked onto it even if you move around.
Oh, okay.
So, like, when you use that in combination with the dodge roll, like, it becomes very intuitive to kind of stay mobile and kite and.
Probably pretty good for the another orb.
My dear,
Probably good for the what's it called, the beam as well. Let me check out that orb.
Yeah.
lead the way.
Got it. Yeah, that's probably not very good armor, is it? That will be good.
Let's see what that's got. Or whatever it's got
Yeah,
on it, it's gonna be better than what you
magic.
got. Oh no, it's got int on it. So there you go.
Yep. And that one. Probably not. It's gonna cost me a lot in survivability.
Yeah, it's gonna cost you a lot in survivability. I wouldn't do it.
All right.
Like that. What was the chest armor option you had?
It's just got like 3 damage there, so maybe it's got like super magic, but
No,
yeah.
not worth it. Well, let me do a quick check myself. Oh, these gloves are probably gonna be what's up.
Yeah, that's a little bit of an upgrade for you.
Yeah,
That's kind of an iffy one. I'm not sure if you do that, Vince.
I don't know. I don't know. Oh, hi, hey there. Sorry. It's one less armor, but it's got effects. It makes pretty things happen.
Yeah, I mean, like, how much difference does one armor really make?
Okay,
It
now
seems very.
I'm
very
trying
little.
to remember what the calculate. Now, believe it or not, Dan, like I said, I'm a total numbers nerd when it comes to stuff like this. I used to know exactly what percentage extra damage mitigation 1 point of armor was, but I don't remember anymore.
But is it something I need to worry about?
I would say this: if you're looking at equal numbers of armor and vitality, the vitality is more survivability, because I think every point of vitality gives you X number of hit points.
Yep.
I can't remember what that number is, but basically, 1 point of 1 point of armor is going to give you, is basically, if I remember correctly, is giving you a fraction of I think it's like 0.01% of damage mitigation per point of armor. I think people in the stream might be like lighting me up right now that I don't know what I'm talking about, but I believe it's 0.01%.
Which is not very much.
Which is not very much when you're talking about numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4. When you're talking about numbers of like 50 versus 500, or then it starts to make obviously a difference. But yeah.
But even at that point, you've got such a big pool of health that it's not really that significant a difference.
You're only talking at that point. You're only talking about a couple of percentage points. You know what I mean? But a couple of percentage points on every extra on every slot. That adds up to 10, 15, 20%. Extra damage mitigation, and that's then it starts to become really meaningful. But like, but even then, you're going to be looking at things that you're going to be looking at pieces of gear that have 200 vit on them, which is like you're going to pick up that 200 vit piece of gear, and it's your hit points are going to like. Just skyrocket, so.
What the tomes say of Alaric and this temple is not encouraging. It must be Alaric the Guardian. Uncle Deckard.
And the other thing to keep in mind too is that strength gives armor as well.
Right. Let's see what we got here. Alex Banu asks, does the game support a town stash for all characters when finding a class-specific loot?
Okay, so if I'm gonna understand that question, are they asking if I'm trying to understand if they're asking, is there a stash for all the people you're playing co-op, or like there is definitely a stash in town just like you have in the PC version where you can share that amongst all your characters.
For all of your characters.
For all your characters.
Yeah, I think that's what he's asking.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You definitely still have that functionality.
Yeah.
Now, if you're playing. Now, here's where it gets a little bit iffy. Now, if you're playing couch co-op where a friend of yours has loaded up their character on your system, either through cloud saves or with like a USB drive, that's where I'm not sure. Like, I don't think you'll have access to your stash then. I think you only have access to your stash when you're playing on either your machine or if you've recovered your gamer tag. To that person's system. Like, I think only the person who has ownership of the system can access their account stash.
That's something we'll have to test out. But,
yeah.
But yeah, it sounds like you could get into some real item duplication nightmares with that.
Oh yeah. Which and listen, at the end of the day, that just might be an inevitable part of like. I mean, not to blow it up, but I mean, I love Borderlands 2, but like item duping, because of like the drop-in, drop-out co-op and some of the exploits there, like item duping was discovered like 2 days into into the. It was either item duping or it was gold duping. I can't remember which one it was, but actually, come to think of it, I think it was gold duping. But that was discovered like 2 days in. Like, at the end of the day, again, like this is.
A lot of games
you can't be that worried about that. This is not a competitive game. It's not a game where you're going to a leaderboard and saying like, hey, who's ripping it up? Who am I trying to match wits with? All it is I'm sitting on the couch and playing a game with my friends. Like, look, I'm here to tell you, I'm a competitive dude. I play a lot of competitive games, and I understand the competitive spirit. If you want to sit at home on a couch with your friends and have an awesome time playing with a bunch of like duplicated legendaries, that's like, do you like? There's no reason I don't think in 2013 that we should be mad about that. Like, especially not in a non-competitive game.
Yeah. Yeah, and actually, is there PvP? We did have the brawler thing.
Okay, so remember I was saying before that the game follows 1.07.
Yep.
But that there's some things from 1.08 that they have brought in. The brawling is one of them.
Okay.
I haven't seen that myself visually in the game yet, but from what I've read, the brawling is one of the elements of 1.08 that they did carry over.
Years
Okay.
exploring places like this with Uncle Deckard. This brings back memories.
Again, she says this brings back memories of all this stuff, and I still don't believe him when he's talking about monsters, but all this stuff totally brings back memories.
Never mind that I've spent an entire life fighting skeletons and.
Should we go in here?
Yes, we should. Seeing arcane phenomena, I will choose not to believe my uncle. Because
Oh,
it's
you
convenient for the plot.
crazy old man.
Alaric says that our people can survive it.
Now you got me thinking about the brawling, and I'm like, was that added in 1.07 or 1.08?
PvP was 07, I
Was
believe.
it 1.07? Okay, so yeah, it was 1. Let's just put it this way: if it was in 1.07, it's definitely in the game. If it's 1.0, oh yes, Jailer. Everyone loves Jailer. That's like everyone's favorite epic. Yeah, if it's 1.07, it's just like straight up, it's in the game, like full stop. If it's from 1.08, then it may be in some form or another, but not necessarily. That's a wand. That's probably something you
I'll
want.
check that out. And check out my wand.
Cool.
More
Yeah,
damage.
people on the stream, please bear with me if I'm messing up what's from 1.07, 1.08. I haven't played PC. I haven't followed it avidly, like super avidly, in like a couple of months. So like I'm not. I might be rusty on some of my knowledge. Don't hit me too bad.
Turns out there's a lot to these games.
Yeah, I mean, especially once you start getting into like the minutia of like what they fixed and what patch and what the and all that.
But at the same time, like you said earlier, like if you're worried about it being too complex, like it's not.
None of the stuff I'm talking about matters. Like seriously, like it will matter to the average player. Just playing, just playing the game, hitting A and killing things. Like the average person is not going to be like, oh, so in 1.08 they made some changes to the way healing items work and like the way key wardens like drop keys and plans instead of just plans.
It's all about how deep into it you want to go.
Right, exactly.
You can go pretty far down the rabbit hole, and when you're playing at super high levels, that's where you have to start worrying about what numbers are what really.
Yeah, totally.
Up until then, you can pretty much play all the way through a couple times without really having to get into what's what.
Right, and even then, like you don't even have to get into all that stuff. That might give you like some enhancement to your there might be some enhancement to your experience from like doing some of that end game stuff or knowing more about those nuances. But at the end of the day, if your gear is good and you have a smart skill loadout and you know how to video game, you'll be fine. You'll have a good time.
I'm gonna look up another question.
Do it. Do it up.
Are the servers multi-platform? No, they're not.
Nope.
How does local co-op work? Will my brother and I both be able to save during our tunes unlike most dungeon crawlers?
Will you both be able to save? Will your character progression be saved?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. Like your character progression totally sticks. Now, as far as like progress through the story, like through missions, now that gets a little bit okay. So, from what I understand, from what I've read, some of the just double checking I did before we came to do this. If you either through cloud save or through bringing like a USB drive, if you brought your character and transferred it over to a friend's system and you're playing on their on their system, in that situation your progress through the story doesn't stay. Your character's progression will stay as long as you save it to your thumb drive, or back to the cloud, and then sync back up when you get back to your native system. But yeah, your actual like progress, like the progress you make with your friend when you transferred your character over to his system, that will not stay. So that you'll have to do again. So like in short, character progress will stay as long as you save your state, no matter how you're playing it. But your story progress will only stay if you're playing on your native system. Hope that answers your question.
All right, what else we got? I'm looking forward to playing co-op with my friends. How easy does the PS3 version make this? Pretty much as easy as this.
Yeah, it's not any harder at all.
And we'll be getting more into the PS3 version later, but we're playing Xbox today.
Yes.
So how do the loot drops look? Are they really more powerful but less in quantity than the PC? How about legendary items? We have yet to get a legendary item.
You'll have to get a legendary, and I'll tell you this right now. Like if
I will consider your credentials.
I'll tell you what. I don't know if I'm allowed to do it. Maybe totally stop me if I'm not allowed to do this. If a legendary drops during this, I will give away my PS3 review copy to someone. Like I don't know if we're like.
Yeah, well, not until you're done reviewing it.
We're obviously right. Obviously not. Like I'm gonna hold on to my 360 copy, but I mean, I will totally give my,
Yeah, it's unlikely to happen in the first couple hours of playing.
It's not gonna happen. I'll tell you that right now. It's not gonna happen unless something really dramatic has changed. As far as like, do the loot drops feel more meaningful? I mean, I will say this: I've seen more blues that had modifiers that I found useful in the early going so far than I remember in the early days in my early going of
on the PC version.
On the PC version, but then again, that was a long time ago, and I think the real measure is going to be once I get into Nightmare or Inferno.
So are we looking for more pieces of this?
I thought we were. Did we get all the pieces? I
thought we just got
I'm totally
2.
zoned out.
Yeah. Oh wait, here's the thing telling us we should go here. The blinkiness helps.
Yes, there's Blinky.
Follow the Blinky.
Follow the Blinky. Get the shiny.
That's it.
But yeah, so far I would say yes. I'm feeling a bit of the difference in terms of the loot situation. But then again, I've become so used to playing in Inferno on PC, which is where like I do like 2 or 3 Act 3 runs like in one sit down and get like not one upgrade. so
But that again, that was a while ago, and they have been tweaking it.
Right, they have been tweaking it. Right, so. So like coming from that, like this definitely feels a lot better, but that's because I'm also, again, we're being in the early phase of the game, like this is a very high chance that you're gonna find upgrades, like compared to like later in the game. So that's what I really want to see. Is like once it's not now, I want to see what happens once I'm in Nightmare and once I'm in Hell. I want to see if the upgrades are still coming then, because I think that somewhere towards the end of Nightmare, beginning of Hell, is where the upgrade train kind of started to end for me, and I started relying pretty heavily on the gold auction house.
Broadsword, mending, Warga, doll. That's a doll.
Mending Wanga doll.
Did you get your doll?
Let's look at my Wanga.
I'm not going to look at your Wanga.
Okay. It's entirely your prerogative, Dan Stapleton.
Chris Cordial asked, "Does Diablo 3 have to be played online?" We are not online right now.
I'm gonna. I showed this at the top of the stream, but for anyone else who's joined, I'm gonna show you the most beautiful thing that you have probably ever seen, if you're a Diablo 3 fan. That right there, offline, a word you would never have seen associated with the PC version, and System Link. So if you want to have a good old-fashioned LAN party with your Xbox 360s or your PS3. There you go.
Let's see, we covered this earlier, but would Diablo 3 on console be a good place to start for someone who hasn't played Diablo before and isn't a PC gamer?
Absolutely, without a doubt. Like it's in fact, it's if you follow like if you're like me and you follow the forums, like there were some people in the early days of Diablo 3 when it first came out. They were like some of the reasons. Some people, there was a conspiracy theory like that was popular that was going that the reason why some of the changes were made to the game's like leveling systems and combat systems and why it's not as maybe complex as the older games was because they had a console port in mind all the time. Which, By the way, I find that notion kind of insulting because it assumes that console players aren't like smart enough to play like a real role-playing game. But that aside, like I think that even the people who played on the PC version were like, wow, this feels like a console game in a lot of ways. So there's nothing wrong with that being your jumping off point, even if you're not a PC game.
They built this game to be super accessible. I mean, they wanted to be accessible to more people than Diablo 2 was accessible to. So so it's got nothing to do with consoles. It's that they want a lot of people playing.
They want everyone to be able to play it, whether you're an old school diehard PC fan or you're not. They wanted this to be an experience that anyone who likes action games can enjoy, and that's like, if nothing else, like you can say they 100% like succeeded in that, in making a game that was fun and accessible no matter like what your level of engagement with the Diablo franchises or with the RPG genre or PC game.
Right. And yeah, again, if your expectation of this game is for it to change your life and to become your way of life, no, it's not going to do that. You're going to be real disappointed. But if you want it to be a fun action RPG, well, maybe
arguably just action game.
Action game, yes, it is absolutely that.
Yeah,
and it has improved greatly.
And I think going back to your point before, where you were talking about a little bit about how you would make the argument that maybe Diablo 3 isn't quite an RPG. I think another layer of that and why that's kind of valid is because while RPGs, and this isn't just Diablo 3, this is RPGs on the whole. While RPGs have been getting steadily like more accessible and more streamlined, as they like to say, is the popular marketing term, as they've gotten more and more streamlined. Meanwhile, you've seen like genres like FPSs and third-person shooters, and basically every single genre incorporates like RPG-light elements into it. Character progression, skill points. Maybe not gear as much as an RPG might have, but RPG elements are in practically everything now. So in a world where your average shooter has something like an RPG element, and your average RPG has less RPG than it used to, it's like, where do you draw that line at this point? Like, at what point how far removed is this? Like, what's more of an RPG, this or Borderlands 2? Like, I dare someone to like to tell me that this is more RPG than Borderlands 2, because it isn't. Like, there's definitely way more like skill choice, character progression, and loot decisions that tough loot decisions that you have to make playing Borderlands 2 than playing this. But Borderlands 2 is an FPS, so it can't be as much of an RPG, right, as Diablo. But again, it's 2013. This is the world we're kind of living in.
Over here.
Oh, that's right. We got to place all the little thingies in the slide thing.
Got to place the thingy in the thingy.
You got to thing all the thingies.
Let's see. Is there anything missing from the PC version? Or is there anything on the PC version missing from the console version you wish was there?
Okay, so I wish this was there? No. There might be some. Listen, some people love the idea of like games as a social activity where it's like you're always social and always connected all the time. So like, for instance, that experience of going into Battle.net and starting up a game and instantly seeing that chat window come up in the lower left-hand corner, and you're already talking with people.
And getting all the gold spam.
Right, and getting all that gold spam. I mean, who doesn't love gold spam?
I fired it up last night, and I got gold spam. I was
really? I mean, I had like, when I fired it up, I had like 15 new friend invites from gold bots. I mean, it's just, that's a whole nother level of light up. But, no, but if you're someone who likes that part of the experience, who likes the idea that as soon as you turn the game on, you're kind of connected to a network of people who are all playing and talking about the game, I mean, that's valid. Some people really like that experience, and unfortunately, that's just a part of the experience that's just not part of the console experience. Because it's designed to be, because it's not designed from the ground up to be an online, connected, social experience. You can have somewhat of that experience by getting a party of people together, in Xbox Live or on PS3, and playing a game and video chat and voice chatting rather.
I'm sure it'll be easy to drop into a game.
And it'll be easy to drop into a game. So if you want to have that social experience to some extent, like, it'll definitely be there. It's not like there isn't multiplayer in the game, but that's that feeling of hey, like the moment I log in, I'm part of a community and I'm talking to other people who play. Magda. I'm part of a community of people who play. That's that's missing. Like, me personally, I don't miss that one bit. I'm like I'm the most antisocial gamer who just like when I turn on my TV, unless there's someone sitting on the couch next to me, like when I turn on my TV and I start playing, I'm like, that's my world, and I don't want other things crashing into it unless I allow it or seek it out.
Yep. Yeah, I'm really more of a solo gamer myself too. But you know, with a game like this, I'll definitely jump in with at least for part of the way with other people.
Oh sure, I mean like it's not to say that co-op can't be fun or you know and again that experience is definitely here if you want it. But for me personally, I don't miss that feeling of I log on and instantly there's people in my face who are talking to me and that I'm conversations that I'm in.
It's like when I seek that out, great. But if it's not the default for me.
Right. Me too. I feel that way too. But I'm sure there's again like we share in common that we're a little bit older. We come from a different generation of gamers. Like nowadays like.
Kids today, Vince. Kids today.
Kids, you darn kids these days with your social media, web 2.0. Connected everything.
Speaking of Twitter, let's see.
Speaking of, yeah.
This is Jordan G asking, with Reaper of Souls announced, will that be coming out as DLC for the console versions? We don't know.
We don't have any official confirmation.
We were speculating earlier that probably. I mean, why wouldn't they?
Yeah, it would be pretty silly if that wasn't a thing that happened because, like we were saying before, it's so expensive to create content, especially when you're Blizzard and you take like. Huge teams and all this time to make it. Like you'd be silly to not introduce that content on like as wide a berth as you could to make back on your investment. I mean, so do we have a guarantee? No. Is it something you could probably bank on? I mean, in my opinion, like yeah, you can, but that's not official. So
we're done with this area now. We got to go to the ferryman.
Yes, the ferryman. He's I can't even.
He's over here.
He's over this way. That's right. He's where the arrow. Just go where the arrow goes. I forgot. Potions? Do we need?
I've got 14. You've got 23.
Yeah, I haven't used since I did my last big stock up. I haven't had to use one.
Yeah, I don't think I have either. What else we got here? How did the PS3 and Xbox 360 versions compare? We haven't really spent that much time with the PS3 version yet, but everything like I played it at E3 and it was just like this.
Yeah.
So they compare very well, I would say. How much replay value do you believe Diablo 3 will have if you're only playing by yourself? You're talking to a guy who has put hundreds of hours into it.
I put 200 hours in it, literally playing the Witch Doctor almost exclusively, and like leveling a monk to like level 40 something. If you're like me and you just love. Like, there's so many skills in the game. Like, that's what the great thing about the trip from like level 1 to level 60 is that at every single level you're unlocking either new skills or new skill runes for skills you have already that modify the behavior of those skills like pretty drastically. So the fun of experimenting with and mixing and matching the different skills is really like the big draw over time of the game. So. I mean, considering how many hours I've put in, and I've seen every skill that the Witch Doctor has, and I've seen a lot of the ones that the Monk has, but there's still 3 other character classes that I've never even rolled a character for.
Now's your opportunity, Vince.
Yeah, now's my opportunity, and I'm probably going to do it. And if you enjoy that the way I enjoy it, then even if the loot game doesn't pull you in, which I think is arguable. I think for some people the loot game will pull them in, but I think it's almost universally, agreed upon that the loot game in Diablo 3 is just not as strong as it is in Diablo 2, and that's even the developers, even Blizzard has acknowledged that, and they're working on it. We're not supposed to go back yet.
Nope. Don't. I see a guy saying, "Come click on me," and I do it.
It's almost Pavlovian if you're a PC gamer.
Ryan.
Ryan. Why?
All right. What else we got? Does it play nicely with the controller? Yes, it does.
It plays great with the controller. Like I think, like the combat is so fast paced that it was always something that even when the game it was interesting. Like Diablo 3 was one of the only like PC games that's like a PC game like where the franchise is like so rooted in PC culture, where even early on there were OG like Diablo 2 players who were asking and speculating in the game's early life, hey, is there going to be controller support? Because a lot of people felt like it just felt, especially with how much faster paced the combat was from 2 to 3. I think a lot of people felt like a control pad just seems logical, feels right.
It does and doesn't though, because they have had to rebalance the combat to make it work.
Oh yeah, to be clear, like I still do think, yeah. To be clear, I still do think if you're looking for precision of targeting and where you want things, like I think there's no two ways about it. The PC version and mouse and keyboard is still absolutely the way to go.
I mean,
but does it feel wrong with the controller? Absolutely not. In a lot of in different ways, it feels more. In different ways, it actually feels more right. Like not on a whole would I say it feels more right, but there are certain ways in which it just feels, especially, and maybe this is me because I think you're a PC gamer first, console gamer second.
Yep.
I'm the reverse. I grew up playing console games and didn't come into PC games until like 97, 98, like when I was like getting out of high school and getting into college. So like console was my first love and then PC after. So I think that might have something to do with it for me also. But I would say, without a doubt, if you're someone who grew up with console gaming and have an affinity for console gaming, you'll definitely feel like this is good.
Where are your fire bats when we need them, Vince?
Yeah. Healing us up.
Shields. I need shields, but we can sell them. What else? Axe. Can you even use an axe? Probably can't use an axe.
I can, but I think those lumber axes are two-handers, and then I would have to give up my my wanga, and nothing is parting me from my wanga.
Well said.
Get as much mileage out of that joke as I can. That's all I got right now at this point. That's all I got.
Let's go to the Blinky.
Blinky. Blinky's over there. Beat me to the Blinky.
All right. Well, another question before I get started there. When are we giving out the five copies? I'm afraid you missed that.
Oh, you are.
We gave those out early on.
So late to the party, my friend. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry about that. How similar is Diablo 3 on the console to Torchlight on the console? Have you tried that?
You know what? I downloaded the demo for Torchlight on the console back when it first became available. Played it for like 15 minutes, and then went away from it. Not because it wasn't good, but just because that's all I had. All the time I had to give to it. So I really couldn't say. Yeah, I'm sorry. I couldn't give you too much insight on that. I will say that. You know, if you haven't played both of them, like Diablo 3 versus, say, Torchlight or Torchlight 2, I mean, I'm not going to say relatively, like, which game is a better game or anything. That's obviously, like, very subjective.
Oh, actually, if you're... Wait, is this the part that people shouldn't watch?
It's your choice.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Avert your eyes, avert your eyes, avert your eyes.
Yeah.
Everyone don't look. Oh, my God, I'm sorry. Can we skip this in any way?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Don't listen to any dialogue of anything that happens right now ever again forever. In fact, just no. In fact, just turn the volume all the way down now.
Well, but that I can't hear you.
That may be a bonus for some people. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. So just for warnings, we're kind of in spoiler territory now.
Yeah, we're getting into some serious spoiler territory. But if we speed through the dialogue, you should be fine. So don't like all scatter and run. Like we will do our best to keep you insulated by skipping every event and skipping all the dialogue. So
and again, the story isn't very good.
Right, so. but there is that one thing that people who care about the franchise will care that happens, even if it, like you said, the story isn't.
Of course,
that good.
how many people who care about the franchise
don't know about it exactly?
Already,
so it's just like we're probably making a big deal out of nothing. But just in case, we don't want anyone to like come for our families and our friends for spoiling a 1-year-old game for them.
Yeah. Carlos Patera asks. You are not connected with Battle.net. Does that make the game inferior without all that connectivity?
That depends on who you ask.
Yeah, we kind of discovered that. But,
really depends on who you ask. Some people, if you ask some of the people who don't have such a strong positive feeling about the way Battle.net 2.0 worked out, some people might say it's a better experience without it. Other people feel that social connectivity is integral to having a good experience, and they might feel like the game is kind of empty or soulless in a certain way without it.
I would argue that this game is plenty, connected and integrated. I mean,
just in a different way.
In most of the ways that matter to me. It's like If I want to play with other people, it's easy to do that. But I don't have the persistent economy, which I don't care about.
Exactly.
I don't have people constantly dropping into my game unless I disable that, which I'm fine with. I don't think we're losing much. I
don't think we're losing anything personally because I'm in the same boat with you. If you want to have the experiences that you have with BattleNet, except for chat, like general chat rooms.
Right.
Like aside from a general chat room, if you want to have just a more social cooperative experience or multiplayer experience, you can still have that experience. The only difference is that you're kind of opting into it more than it's just being kind of defaulted to.
Right.
So for me, I don't think not having BattleNet is a loss, and that's not a knock on BattleNet. It's just that, I don't think social features are like a full stop requirement to make a game good.
Right.
Like because I'm an old fogey.
Is the Infernal Helm a good perk for pre-ordering the console version?
You know what? I haven't even pulled down the Infernal Helm. I don't think we have internet connection right now. I could redeem it. Right? We could redeem it and see how good it is.
Right. Yeah. We don't. We're not even. Just to demonstrate the fact that we are not online, we can't do that.
but let's put it this way. I'll at least say this for you. Oh. This is my favorite part of the whole game. Let me just tell you how much I love spiders. But let's just put it this way. Wow, that's sure awesome. Whew, yeah. So that's a thing that's on the screen.
There we go.
Anyway, sorry, bear with me. Horrible arachnophobia. At least in this game, they're kind of more like six-legged than anything else, but the way they move is kind of creepy. Whatever, don't mind me. But yeah, let's just put it this way: if that DLC helm is like the thing that's like, I'll only get it if that DLC helm is good. Then yeah, I would say go ahead and skip it. I'll say go ahead and skip it if that's really the thing you needed. On the scale of like good incentives for games, like I don't know. Unless I would rank it pretty low because I'm going to guarantee. Without even looking at it, I'm going to guarantee that what it is a piece of gear that will be relevant slightly for like the first 3 or 4 levels of your character's life,
and then you'll get something better.
You'll find something better, and it's not going to matter anymore.
It might look neat.
It might look. Yeah, it's possible that it looks neat,
depending on your class or whatever.
Right.
Yeah. I think on the PC version, I got like because I had Heart of the Swarm. I have a pair of wings, like Kerrigan wings, I can put on any character, which looks kind of silly.
Yes.
But it's also kind of neat.
I bet those Kerrigan wings look kind of cool on a Demon Hunter, though.
Yeah, they probably would. I was playing with a barbarian at the time.
Yeah,
like, that looks kind of dumb.
Doesn't make a lot of sense. Unless actually, you know what? When it might look cool on the barbarian, when you go into Wrath of the Berserker. I don't know if you spec that skill at all, but
no.
When you go into Wrath of the Berserker, I think Kerrigan wings might look good on how you look when you're in Wrath.
Yeah, I only got like didn't even get to the Skeleton King with that one. So.
Oh, okay.
What else we got here?
Oh, you guys are. Oh, you guys are all, I love that part where they come down out of nowhere and try to eat my face.
You're right, they do have 6 legs. Or maybe they've got, like, arms, too. Yeah, I guess they do. Yeah, they're 8 legs. Right? I like to count legs when they're moving. One thing we don't... Do we see...
What?
Like, their... the labels, like what these things are called.
Okay, now that is a definite gripe that I had, and I'm glad you actually pointed that out. Like, when you fight a unique of some kind, like a unique or an elite or a champion, when you fight one of those, then its name will come up.
Right.
When you're fighting in general, I have not seen names come up, and there are some display options that you can play with, but we can take another look, for the sake of the stream and double check that, but I have not seen that as an option to like have it come up for every enemy, and I do think that's a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, I think especially when you've got a bunch of players cluttering up the UI, and with a low resolution screen to begin with, that's gonna be a bit of a problem.
Yeah, and I think that probably has something to do with it. And to be honest, I haven't played. I haven't actually played really too much single player. Like pretty much the moment I got my copy, like I was sitting down with a buddy of mine, and just going in on the couch co-op. So I haven't had a chance yet to see if there's any significant differences between the co-op experience and the single player experience. If there's any changes to the UI or the way some of the functions work. So.
TBD. That's why we're playing it right now.
Yep, exactly.
To figure all these things out.
Do my bat dance in the bat tusi.
Yeah.
Don't even back off that one, Dan. You remember that dance.
Yeah, it's so gross.
Don't even act like you're too cool for the Batusi right now. You're not too cool.
It's good in Pulp Fiction. That's all it is. Yeah, see that guy, the main showed up. Oh, the Spiderling showed up too.
Yeah, that Spiderling showed up.
Maybe it's because it was a boss minion.
Maybe, yeah, that could be it. I'm being the worst Diablo player right now in the world because, again, I'm so used to like not caring about picking up items to sell them for gold. I'm so used to that being a completely irrelevant element of the game.
Yeah.
So like I'm not picking up anything unless it's a blue, and even then I'm not picking it up unless it's something I want to equip.
Yeah, I mean that comes with its kind of opportunity cost because you've got to deal with all the inventory Tetris or constantly teleporting home to sell.
Right.
And that's it's not bad, but it's also not fun.
Right. Especially when you're in a co-op situation where when you go home to sell, everyone's got to come with you.
Right.
Yeah, I'm definitely glad we decided to tough it out with Monster Power 2 here.
Yeah, and
things got grim for a second there until we changed our skills around and got some better gear. But
that is kind of the way of Diablo 3 is like if you run up against a tough area, you just probably have to switch your skills up.
Yeah.
Because you're like again you have the same exact skills as everybody else. The only difference is what you have picked up and chosen to equip. So. If one person can do it, anyone can do it.
Absolutely.
Or you just have to go grind for more gear.
Which, yeah, I mean, and that's the other thing too, is to be clear, everyone, like, if you don't, if you do decide to start on normal, which, just keep in mind, when you do normal difficulty and then the normal sub-difficulty, like, you're actually playing at Monster Power 2, which is not the default difficulty of the PC version. It's going to be... I don't know if I'm going to say significantly harder, but you're definitely, like, things are not going to die as easy. They're going to hit a lot harder.
So I'd call it significant.
Yeah, I would say it's pretty significant. So, I mean, like, if that's, you're having trouble with that, like, yeah, you could go and farm more, change up your approach. You could also just switch down to easy. Like, let me just put it this way. This is one of the only games I'll say, there's no shame in picking the option that says, like, not that there's always shame in picking easy. If that's your level, that's your level. But I'm saying, if you're one of those gamers, like, who feels like you have, like, an image to maintain, like, if you want to start at what is normal for the PC version, then you're actually going to be starting on easy in the console version. And that's actually the default experience for the PC players. And there's no penalty for that, or oh, wow, you're just gorgeous. You are, I love this.
I think I'll start shooting.
But God, that's something so good, like, for these webs.
Crap.
That's something so good for these webs.
What's for web?
The roll, like you're stuck in the web, so your movement speed is lowered, but then your roll speed doesn't seem to be affected, so like, you can just roll that out.
Yeah, that's a pretty big change. I do love big area effect spells. No, the roll speed is effective, but it's less so.
It's still like faster than what your walk speed is going to be, though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I guess is what I meant. Like it's definitely the superior. It gives you a superior mobility option in that situation that you don't have on PC.
Yep. But it's mostly just there because it's just way easier to do this than it would.
Then it is to click away and then click back, click
Right.
away, click back. Yep.
Well, and on PC it's easy to click away and click back because that's just a
Right.
really small motion.
Right, but it wouldn't that wouldn't really work as well on the
console. You can't get from one side to the other as quickly and
Right.
precisely as you need to avoid a lot of attacks.
God, I love that dodge roll for dealing with these webs.
Gotta get out of this. And almost. I love freezing them and just zapping them in the face for about 30 seconds.
Doing a dance over your corpse, Spider Queen. What's up?
All right. Ooh, we got a bunch of yellows. Energy Inception.
Sage's Boom. Doom Apocalypse.
All right, let's gonna have to check out our gear now.
Oh, yeah.
Got some yellows.
Ooh, int vit, nice man.
Nice. I think I will use that.
You gotta do that.
And then here, no, I don't know. Any good in my hats. That looks pretty.
That does look pretty.
Full damage, intelligence. 4 life after each kill, nice. Maximum arcane power.
Plus
Yeah.
6 XP per kill. That's you are in there.
I can't wear that belt. Those are crappy pants.
You don't want crappy pants. You want fancy pants.
Why does the, oh, I guess the ring slot's unlocked. That's why it's Energy Inception. Wow. Yeah. More experience per kill, more per power.
Oh, that int.
Yep.
You need it.
That
damage. You're gonna do that damage.
All right, your turn.
My turn. And life per second, I'll take it.
Yeah, for that much armor.
Oh, and this is the ring. This is the ring I picked up. I didn't have a ring, so this is just put it in. So nice. Got some damage. Got some life per hit. Magic find. XP per kill. Beautiful. What I got over here? Oh, I got some fancy new pants. I'm gonna be Mr. Fancy Pants. Let me see what I got here.
Only the fanciest of pants for you.
Exactly.
Do offline tunes play online and vice versa?
What was that?
Do offline tunes play online and vice versa? So can I take this character and take him online?
Again, since we haven't had the chance to test the online, it's hard to know. I cannot imagine a world where you can't do that though.
Yeah.
Like I would have, like that to me would be a serious issue with the game if your offline character could not be brought online.
Yeah. Pretty sure you can do that. Do I need to play Diablo 1 and Diablo 2 to follow the story before I play Diablo 3? Not really.
I mean, there's definitely elements from the older games that tie into it. There's some through lines. There's some mention. Do you have to? No. Are there some references you'll miss? Sure, you'll miss a couple of references. Is it significant? I don't think so.
Is the story good? No.
No.
What happens when one player wants to look at their equipment? Game pauses?
What you see on screen is exactly what happens.
Yeah, well, I think he's referring to online, which again, we unfortunately have not yet been able to test.
You know, let me check out my skills. It has to have something skill-wise. New and shiny.
So for people who have joined late, we've already given away all of the copies of Diablo. So unfortunately, we are fresh out.
Yes, we are very sorry.
How's it going in there? Oh, I forgot to check my skills.
Yeah, I've got dire bats. I've got more range. They just do less damage.
Theodore R.
I'll
Albee says, "Gotta say, guys, I have not played Diablo since the original, but watching you play made me go download the trial version to try it.
Cool, awesome.
Hope you like it." Joel asks, "Which Diablo is your favorite?"
You can't top Lord of Destruction. Like you just can't.
Yeah, that's the expansion for Diablo 2.
Yeah, Diablo 2. You can't top Lord of Destruction. It's just to me, it's not a beatable. Like I mean, does it have its issues? Yes. Are its systems gameable?
Let me get into my thing
yeah,
while you
do
talk.
Think, yeah. Are the systems gameable? Yes. Like, is it perfect? No, it's not. But to me, it's a more perfect blend of action and RPG, like in the true name of the genre, right? Yeah, and just the item, and the big thing about it is the item game. The affixes that you get attached to your weapons and gear in that game are just so wackadoo and crazy. You can do so many interesting things and you can create entire builds around just one item, and I think that's so cool. And they added that ability a little bit with Diablo 3 when they redid the legendaries recently. Well, not that recently. It's probably like 6 months ago now. But when they redesigned some of the legendaries to make them legendarier, as they said, when they did that, it definitely brought back a little element of that. But the other side of that coin is that good luck finding a legendary. I mean, if you look, if you have optimized runs, like super optimized runs, and you've got maximum Paragon level, and you have like six magic find gear. Yeah, you can get you can get legendaries on a semi-regular basis. But if you're
although on the console version where there is no auction house, do you think the legendary drop rate will be significantly different?
I don't know, and like that's something I'm interested to see because honestly, like with legendaries, that was definitely something where if you needed a legendary for your build, like for me for the Witch Doctor, it was the Eucopian Serpent was my legendary offhand focus item. Like I mean. If you're only going to see 1 or 2 legendaries, per like 50 hours, of gameplay, and there's all these legendaries, the chances of me getting a Eucopian Serpent are not realistic. So
right.
I was like, well, I'm just gonna have to buy one on the auction house. Not real money, but like just on the auction house. Oh my God, I just died in the blink of an eye.
Oh, that thing hurts.
Those guys are hitting hard right now. So yeah, I mean, when I
look out for that guy.
Yeah, that guy is not going to be a friendly customer to deal with.
Let's get this. Oh, jeez, it's like 2 hit.
Healing.
Yeah, stay ahead of him. There we go. Woo.
That was Harry.
Returns to me.
Hunter Cloak and
Bardiche.
Yeah. I'll grab him. Why not? I don't think I can't use the Hunter Cloak, can I? Or can I? Let's see. Nope, can't use it for a hunter.
But yeah, Lord of Destruction is definitely my favorite. But I'm really curious to see how the loot game. Because to me, like I feel like in a lot of ways, the problem with the loot game for people in Diablo 3 is that there just aren't enough interesting affixes and mods for the different pieces of gear when you're playing.
Holy crap!
Yeah, these guys are hitting hard.
Yeah, they suddenly really upped their game, didn't they?
Heal me. That is impossible.
Holy smokes!
Yeah, bodied.
Yeah, we're all of a sudden in another situation where we are kind of outclassed. Well, not really. Just we have to start paying attention.
Yeah,
if we want to stay
exactly.
alive.
We were definitely on autopilot for a while there. Like
Yeah, it's interesting that it just all of a sudden amped up. It wasn't at the end of an act or anything.
Well, you know what it is too in Diablo 3. Is that there are just some mobs. Like there are some areas you go to and like. Even if it's not like a higher difficulty level per se, or like the end of an act, like there are just some mobs that are definitely just tuned harder than other mobs are.
But now they cannot even
I do not like these dire bats. I'm definitely switching off of these.
I do that now.
Yeah, because they're not getting the job done.
Yeah, stop getting us killed, Vince.
Exactly. It's all.
You're becoming the new Ryan.
I'm the new Ryan. I am now the new Ryan.
And just FYI, we're down to our last 30 minutes of this live stream.
Already?
Yeah. It has gotten pretty fast.
It has gone totally. I have no. I would never have guessed that we've been sitting here playing for 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Wow. Now this is interesting. Can I not unassign this rune? I'm like, no, I don't want ruined bats anymore.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know if you can.
That's okay.
I mean, they do make it better, don't they?
No, well, they don't. It's not better. It's different. Again, that's the nice thing about the runes is that they're different functionality. Now, usually, your basic rune is at least better than the unruined version, but in this case, oh my god, I got smashed.
Yeah, I did that. Basic rune is better.
In this, but in this case, like it changes it from like a channeled, like very high damage short range spell to like a kind of a lower damage long range spell. And I kind of like the get up close and personal, but get lots of damage for taking the risk.
Yep.
Of regular bats, but we will let it rock.
We'll learn and adapt.
Exactly.
I got a rune that where my Frost Nova will has a 50% chance of well, if the guy is killed while he's frozen.
Yeah, there's a chance of creating another Frost Nova.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great rune. Love it, man. Yeah, it's those spearmen have major damage output. Like each of those spears really hurts. Like that's where you have to like definitely start using that dodge roll to make sure you don't. Those are hits you're not taking.
Yep. Or just preach.
Or that.
Or maybe I do that. Oh, yeah, that didn't knock him back. Wonder why. I do like going all Emperor Palpatine on him with this zapper.
Oh yeah, it's you're definitely channeling your inner dark side.
You pay the price for your lack of vision.
Dire bats that don't have the
Dire bats versus fire bats.
Yeah. Need a light.
I love how just walking over the corpses just kind of gives them a little kick.
Like, I kick you.
And I do really like the physics in the ragdoll in this game. Like,
oh yeah,
it's subtle, and you kind of stop noticing it after a while. But when you pay attention to when you kill, especially a humanoid enemy,
yeah,
just how they flail around when they die.
Exactly, and like, that's one of the things that actually I infamously hate melee classes in these games. Like infamously, just like cannot stand them because they're just, to me, like barbarians. That kind of like it's just too linear for me. It doesn't give me anything to like wrap my brain around. I feel like from a strategy standpoint. But in this game, I actually like I messed around. I've messed around like at least a little bit with every class, and playing as the trying to barbarian out was actually a blast because the sense of weight and satisfaction and power you get because of the physics and the way they ragdoll and the effects on the kills and the abilities.
Yeah, just
you feel like such a powerful, like just overpowering, overwhelming being, you know, as a barbarian in this game.
I was playing that barbarian last night just a little bit, and you know, just knocking zombies off cliffs and everything. It gets a really satisfying.
It really is.
To it.
Satisfying is like that's a word that like we both agree is a little bit overused in critique, but like that's a perfect it fits like this perfectly. It's like, you know.
Well, you gotta use it less because you gotta save it for when you mean it. That force wave doesn't do jack for these guys.
Yeah, Force Wave is definitely not a damage spell. It's definitely a crowd control spell.
But it doesn't even knock these guys back very much.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's the powered up rune on Arcane Orb, right?
Yep.
It does more damage.
Like 260%.
Yeah.
Oh, yikes. They can knock me back. They're just letting me steal all the stuff here.
Except you picked up a Wanga doll. You picked up a Wanga. Give me Wanga.
Wah, wah, wah. Where's the Wanga? Here's your dumb Wanga.
Yay, Wanga.
Yeah, I don't need any of these shields. The spell book is not going to be as good as my what do they call it? It's a rare, right?
Okay, so yeah. So it's magical is blue,
right?
And then yellows are rares,
right.
And then there's set items and legendaries.
Yeah. All right. Do I have a better? No, still not. Can you wear that one? The Gathering Thought of the Bear?
No, that's you.
No, I can't wear that.
Oh, you can't? Oh, no, that's monks. I'm sorry, it's monks.
Right, okay.
Those are for monks.
Undercloak. Yeah, I can't beat my rare there. Yeah, I'm good. Take your stupid Wanga.
Wanga. Don't call my Wanga stupid. You're going to hurt my Wanga's feelings.
You hurt my Wanga. Looks like the same thing.
No, it's actually not as good. It's like the same damage, but without the extra mana. So I'll stick with what I got.
Missed me. Are we done in here?
We got the Resplendent, yeah. So we're actually done, yeah.
All right. Yeah, the classes do play a lot different.
Yeah, just like. And what I think is really cool too from Diablo 2 to Diablo 3 is how they took some of the mechanics of like some of the classes there and they split them up and put them into different and used and kind of gave them recombined them. So like the assassin, right, was all about the gadgets and traps along with the martial arts. So now like all the martial arts went to the monk and all the gadgets went to the demon hunter. Whereas the Demon Hunter like also has like a lot of, so the Demon Hunter is almost like a hybrid now between the trap element of the assassin and the what do you call it, and some of the skills of the Amazon, like the bow skills of the Amazon. Like if you played a Boazon in D2, you'll probably want to play an assassin. I always thought a Demon Hunter in skins.
Oh!
Wow.
I died like 2 steps away from that healing orb.
Yeah, one of those like rare situations where like that mod that increases the your orb pickup radius might have actually saved your life.
Yeah. What I should have done is use the roll.
Yep.
I keep forgetting I have the roll. I like how when the wizard rolls holding the book is always upright.
That's right. He's like, I'm gonna keep it safe.
Why do I press the wrong button?
The hardest button in the game.
Yes. Thank you, White Stripes. That was when you were thinking of. Like,
yeah, exactly. That's the one I was. Oh, okay. Well, this is gonna be less.
Oh, yikes.
Coming to you.
Where do I go?
Okay, this is actually fine. We're totally in control of this fight right now.
I am huge.
Ain't no thing.
Ain't no thing. Hold on.
Now we wait for the poison to go away.
No, we don't. Damn, we rush on in and get the orbs because it's gonna heal us anyway, right?
Totally. Nothing good. Oh well.
You gave me that piece of advice.
Your mom.
My mom is a classy lady, okay?
Pretty good at Diablo.
Only game I ever played with my mom was Forgotten Worlds on the Genesis. I don't think she would know what to do with Diablo. I'd be willing to watch it. My mom may actually be watching this right now. Hi, Mom.
I think she probably quit after she won the copy of Diablo.
She was Diablo super fan. My mom has a secret Twitter account that I didn't know about.
The lightning has actually gotten really powerful.
Yeah, and it looks badass too. Like
Yeah.
it looks so like when you kill someone with oh nice resplendent.
Sweet. And it's free. Adventuring Shiv of Wounding. Scouting Leather Hood. I like hoods. Boots of the Bear. Steady Quiver. Let me go through this stuff and I'll drop some of it as we...
I think I grabbed one of those things in there too.
Probably don't need any. Do you need any kind of armor that you could wear? Or any of this stuff? Because I got this badass armor. So.
Okay, well that top one is for Demon Hunters.
Yeah, I was just gonna sell that.
Yeah. You've got an armor that's 34. Let me just see where I'm at real quick.
Right. Well, one sec.
Yeah, maybe you want.
I'm not done. Wait your turn. No, I don't need any of that. Got no ring. Nope. I gotta check the pants. Nope. Belt. Maybe. 3 life after each kill, 3 experience. Yes. So.
Sure, yeah. Do it.
All right.
Okay. I just wanted to see what my chest armor situation is. Yeah, that's actually like a useless slot for me right now, my chest armor. So whatever you have, like that 34, like whatever it's got on it is going to be better than what I've got.
Still, lots of people asking about whether the expansion will come out for this. Probably, right. We don't know.
No official word, but
Blizzard hasn't even said when Reaper of Souls is coming out for PC. So that's
okay. So unless you could imagine an earnings call that went something like this: "Hey guys, do you want money?" And the other person was like, "No, we don't." Okay, that's cool. Like unless you can imagine a world where that call happens, I would say that the expansion is pretty good bet.
How does targeting work without a mouse? You just point in the direction you want?
So you want to be like, and if you want like more specifics, like so when you're pointing in a direction, you just point in the direction generally. I
can explain it while you do your thing.
Okay.
So I mean, it'll highlight the thing that that you are aiming at, and you kind of just have to aim, point at it. So it's not as precise as like you can't target something behind something else very easily. So and a lot of the powers have been kind of adjusted to make it more friendly to I want everything in that direction to die.
I want all your armors.
Okay.
Give me your armors.
I will allow that.
Thank you.
Which one? Any one in particular?
It was the 34 one down there. Yeah.
Yeah. You may have it.
Thank you.
And are there achievements different on the console version? Yes, because they seem to have been grouped into a bunch of different things you have to check off, and they combine into achievements.
Yes, but then the challenges that you're also used to from the PC version, where it's like kill X enemies in this amount of time, destroy these objects. That's also in the game as well to get you that bonus XP when you pull those off. So that all that from the PC is there.
Right. Nice uneventful hike here.
Yeah, this is a rather serene little. Oh, but things are about to get crazy though. This is on Monster Power 2. This should be interesting actually.
I definitely feel much less accurate than I do with the mouse.
Yeah.
But it is balanced accordingly.
I mean, and especially with especially with a Witch Doctor, like I'm so used to just pretty intensive micro stutter stepping, backwards and
Oh, I know.
So with the bar, if you play again, we've been saying this a couple of times, but if you play a melee class, you're actually not going to feel too much of an impact to how you play.
You will because the barbarian using a leap ability.
Sure, I mean there's going to be. I mean I'm not going to say there's no impact, but I don't think it's as large an impact. Whereas with the ranged characters, it's you're gonna feel it.
Yeah.
With the ranged characters for sure. Like your ability to kind of stutter step around.
Oh, jeez.
And do things is gonna. Yeah, you're starting to have.
Yeah, my armor's done. Maybe that's why I'm taking so much damage.
Yeah, I mean we have both died a lot, and we haven't done any repairing. I don't say we died a lot.
We've died
some face. We've died a couple of times.
We've died more than we care to admit. Like I've died a whole lot more playing. Oh crap, these guys. Playing this than I. Oh yikes! Holy.
Okay, this has got real.
Ah.
You said we have a problem.
Yeah.
Oh god.
I've done a whole lot more playing this than I ever did playing the PC version.
Well, that's also again like we're doing monster. We've started on Monster Power 2, so like that has a lot to do with it too. Because usually like Monster Power is something you do when the act is usually like just too far below your level for it to be any kind of a challenge at all.
Right.
So like, in fairness, like in terms of raw levels, this is probably
maybe a little bit.
We're probably like 5 levels ahead of what we should be playing right now, like, in terms of like the damage that we're taking.
Which
is cool.
Yeah, I mean to be fair, like originally it's or by default it's not.
It's not right, exactly. Like that's the other thing is that especially the first third of Act 1 is just like a cakewalk. It's really just silly.
I am hurt. I cannot do that.
I have a boo-boo.
I have a boo. I'm dead.
That's kind of like a boo-boo.
The biggest boo-boo one can have, Dad. Boo-boos do not get bigger.
I got better.
Why would I do that?
Turn me into a newt. Got one.
Hey, big, like, horrifying burly thing. Can you do me a favor and die and stuff? Thank you.
There we go. Nate, go die now. Out. All right.
Yeah. We showed you. We totally didn't die 3 times on that fight. Haha.
All right. Let's go. Let's go see what the death penalties are like.
Yeah, that's actually a good idea. Not that we die, Dan, because we're so awesome at video games. Like,
let's see.
We're pretty much more or less the best.
Effectively. I don't see anyone else. I don't see anyone else around
I don't see
here
anyone else. Is there anyone else in this room who's better than us at video games? Anyone? Yeah, that's what I thought. We're the best.
I'd say the number of people who are better at Diablo on console than us right now, pretty limited.
Pretty limited.
Don't we have to go down here to?
Oh right, that's right. I'm so used to how it used to be back up there.
I got it. Why? All right.
That's pretty mild.
What are they? Only 21 to repair that, but
269 gold total to repair all. Now, granted, I mean that number seems also low to me because I'm used to like the higher numbers from when you get higher on in levels in the PC version. But even compared to they tuned down the repair costs.
On PC.
No, they tuned them actually. They tuned them way up, and then I think they brought them back down a little bit. But they were still. I think most people felt that they were kind of high. This seems like really low by comparison to what I'm used to, which I'm actually fine with. Like I want there to be a penalty for repeated death, but I know some people would run into situations where you could play for like 3 hours and die like twice or 3 times maybe. And unless you got a good item that was worth a lot of money on the auction house.
Oh, fix it up. We're almost out of time here.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You're hogging all my repair time. How do I do that exactly? Where is it? Oh, repair over there. Okay. And then I want to repair all, which is my cost is 350.
Your costs seem to be a little higher than mine, Dan.
Ever so slightly. All right, let's get back into it.
Do it.
I want revenge. I want to see how much damage I'm taking now that my armor's repaired.
Yeah, I'm sure because when that icon comes up, that's where it's actually impacting the performance of your character. So, yeah, that was definitely
makes you even more beat upable.
Yeah, it's like a snowball effect. Just keeps getting worse.
That's a Wenga doll. Would you like the Wenga?
Yes.
Ooh, actually, this is an interesting question. Probably not worth it.
Okay, well, it depends on just how much, you know.
That's a fair point. I was getting killed a lot.
Yeah, I mean, the damage there is nice. 17 int and 2 to 3 damage is good, but 11 vit's going to be a lot of hit points.
I'll hold on to it.
Yeah, hold on to it.
All right, and for the Wenga, whoops, I'm pushing incorrect buttons. There we go. Oh, that's the one right there. Okay, let's see what it's got.
1 to 2 damage and 6% magic fine. You can keep it. It's fine.
All right.
It's fine.
You don't have to be such a Wenga whiner.
Another reason we're having a tougher time is because my bats were definitely doing work for us before, and now these dire bats are just not cutting it.
Right.
Like they're not doing. We definitely don't have the same burst damage as we did before. I mean, I would have to imagine there's got to be some way around that. If there's not, that's kind of unfortunate. If like once you ruin a skill, it must always be ruined in some way. I mean, generally speaking, the runes are usually better.
Did you try pushing all the buttons?
Every one of them.
All the buttons.
At the same time.
Every button. Oh.
Stop it, you big noob.
Oof.
I'm injured.
How'd I get killed? You were supposed to be frozen. Unfrozen jerks. Well, maybe I should use that shield. I think they're dead.
Just wait for those. Back up, back up, back up.
Oh,
when those go off, it's gonna be a light up.
Meh. Cool. Ain't no thing.
You live dangerously, Dan Stapleton. You live dangerously.
I don't have time for your caution.
You're an international man of danger.
Yep. All right. Well, we're coming up on our final minutes here. We have 7 minutes.
You have 7 minutes? 7 minutes.
We're going to stop playing.
I will become a god.
I thought that works. It's something to do with object permanence. When people stop watching us, we ascend to a higher form of existence.
That's deep, dude.
Yeah. Although it's saying that by watching us, people are really dragging us down, cramping our style.
No, you guys at home aren't cramping our style. Don't listen to this guy. We love you.
We are.
Can't do awesome, cool stuff like this without you guys.
Yeah, we do actually cease to exist when you stop watching.
Like, literally.
So, yeah, you should always watch us every moment of every day. Actually, since Prism came along, it's not really a problem anymore.
That's true. Because we're always being watched, so we can always exist.
Yep.
Thanks, U.S. government.
But we still appreciate when you guys watch.
Yeah, we do. It's not as fun without you all.
And we were glad to be able to give out a bunch of copies of Diablo, which we think, based on our experience today, you'll probably get at least a few good hours of enjoyment out of.
Absolutely.
We have no reason to believe otherwise at this point.
I have indeed.
Let's get that help. So if anyone has any last minute questions.
This is the time, guys. Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Let's see. Summary. In summary, what's the best change about the console version and the worst change?
That's a really good question. Why don't we both tackle that? So, like, what would be your best change?
I think I like the roll. Well,
Yeah?
okay, wait. Actually, let me change that. I like the change to the loot where there's just less crap loot.
Okay.
And I like the damage system or the monster leveling is not necessarily a console thing. So.
Right. I would say for me, my best change, or I guess if I could sneak in like addition, like, is definitely just the ability to have a couch co-op experience.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it's just such a logical extension of like what Diablo is about. It's about slaying lots of monsters in short order with friends is kind of the core of what the game is about, and being able to do it with people sitting right there next to you is just, especially for old schoolers, old timers like us, like it's a lot of fun, and it adds a layer of enjoyment.
I'm gonna change my answer.
Yeah.
I think it has to be the lack of any auction house whatsoever, because
that's a good one. I'm gonna stick with mine, but that's definitely a good one.
Because I think the way the economy works without it is so much better.
Yeah, I agree. It makes gold feel like it might actually be a valuable commodity.
Yep. And I have to worry about not having enough gold at some point.
Yeah, which we're those kinds of people that actually like having to manage a resource and having to worry about it running out. That adds layers of challenge and makes it's one more thing that becomes meaningful, right?
And it makes it about, like, my experience is unique. Like if I want some great piece of gear on the PC version, I can just go buy it. Mm-hmm. But if I want something, I don't necessarily get it in this, and I have to work around it.
Right.
Or work around not having it. And that to me is kind of the core of the experience, is having to adapt to not having exactly what I want.
Right.
And I think this version does that better. So what's the worst aspect of it for you? What do you think the PC version does better?
I'll go first on this one. For me, I think the biggest drawback for this version is definitely like precision targeting for ranged classes. Will I continue to play my Witch Doctor if I play this game? Like, yeah, I will. It's not undoable, but I think having played so many hours of a Witch Doctor on the PC version, the first moment where like my kiting isn't like working the way I need it to work because I can't place things exactly where I want to place them, I'm gonna be like, that's it, table flipped, I'm out of here.
Yep.
But on the flip side though, I do think that for the melee classes, not that it doesn't have any impact, but I think that in a lot of ways, like the direct controller, manipulation, and is just logical and feels good for getting up close and beating things in the face.
Yep.
So I don't think it's as much of an issue for them, but I think definitely if you value like super precision, like placement of like exactly where you want things to be, I think that's like the one shortcoming.
And at a high level, like, you are going to value that.
Right. The question is, like, not everyone is going to care about high level, right? So some people are going to want to like run through normal one time, maybe do a little bit on Nightmare, and for that, I'm sure it'll, as long as you're up to date on your gear and you pick good skills and you can play the video games pretty good, you'll be all right. But I think definitely, like, trying to play Inferno with this kind of targeting, I'm not going to say that it's not going to be good, or that it won't work well.
But it might not be as good.
But I think I can say safely it won't be as good, exactly.
Yeah.
So that would be my worst. What about you, Dan?
I think the field of view. I think not being able to see as far is a problem for me. It's not a deal breaker. Like, I am having fun here, but I feel like there are going to be a lot of deaths that result from walking into something you couldn't see.
Sure.
And yeah, that
again,
not
something
a
that, again, it's worth noting that's something else that's going to affect ranged characters a little bit more, right? Than the tankier ones. So,
well, even so, like, you're gonna aggro a bunch of things you didn't want to aggro.
Sure, like we did, like that happened to us before.
Yep. So, and it's manageable, but it's not ideal. Oh, the barrier guys. Do not want. Yikes. Yikes. I'm eating potions like candy. Well, I think
that's a good place.
Actually a pretty good
It's
place.
a good place to end.
And it's 2 o'clock on the dot.
Oh wow,
so
perfect.
we did it right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you guys for tuning in and watching us play Diablo. We're gonna keep playing for the next ballpark week or so before we put a score on this thing. But so far it looks pretty promising.
Yeah, I think very promising. I couldn't even deign to guess what it would be, but I think everyone got to see we had a blast, and those 4 hours just flew by like it was nothing. So I think that's a good indication of where the game's at.
It'll be a good way to kill some time, I think.
Absolutely.
All right.
Guys, thanks so much for watching with us. We had a great time doing it for you. We hope you tune in again next time whenever we do live streams like this, and keep it locked here for our full review coming soon.